So the Torah portion is Shmini. What I want to look at in the Torah portion is what Yehovah requires of his leaders. In the second part, I want to look at what happens when the leadership that Yehovah has put in place start to fail the people, and they don't discern between the clean and the unclean, between the holy and the profane, because it has disastrous consequences for Yehovah's people. And then in the third part, I want to look at what it is that has entered into creation. When death entered into creation, corruption entered into creation. Everything became corruptible, and things became clean and unclean at that point. And of course, we're going to look at Leviticus 11, which is the unclean animals, but I'm going to be looking at the topic with a little bit of a broader scope at first, so that we've got a good context to understand the things that Leviticus 11 says in it. So I'm going to go back just to set context to Leviticus 8, the end of the last Torah portion. Portion Sav covers this. It says, "And Yehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, Take Aharon and his sons with him, and the garments and the anointing oil, and the bull of their chata'at, the sin offering, and the 2 rams, to the ram for the olah, and the ram of ordination to ordain the priests, and the basket of unleavened bread, and assemble all the congregation at the door of the tent of meeting. And Moshe did as Yehovah commanded him, and the congregation was assembled at the door of the tent of meeting." So them going to the door of the tent of meeting, we saw last time we went through the book of Leviticus, that is actually how they can enter into Yehovah's presence. He dwells in the tent of meeting, and when they're at the door, it says that they are before him, or the word is panim, which is his presence or his face. Verse 5 says, "And Moshe said to the congregation, This is the word Yehovah commanded to be done. So Moshe brought Aharon and his sons and washed them with water." And that word for brought there is the word that Charlie looked at last week in Torah portions Vayikra and Sav. It's a word that means to draw near to something. So the offerings were a way to draw near to Yehovah. The actual word for offering, the word korbanot, comes from this verb, which is to draw near. So the offerings are ways in which we can draw near to Yehovah. Now this word, translated as brought, is actually the same word for what they do with the offerings. And Moshe drew near to Yehovah with Aharon and his sons, and he washed them with water so that they could be in a clean state to serve before Yehovah. And put the long shirt on him, and girded him with the girdle, and dressed him in the robe, and put the shoulder garment on him, and girded him with the embroidered band of the shoulder garment, and with it tied the shoulder garment on him. And put the breastplate on him, and put the Urim and the Tumim in the breastplate. And put the turban on his head, and on the turban on its front he put the golden plate, the set apart sign of dedication, that says holiness or set apartness to Yehovah. And that sign of dedication, that is a similar thing to what the Nazarites have on their head. The hair that they grow long is a sign of dedication to Yehovah, as Yehovah had commanded Moshe. Verse 30 of Leviticus 8 says, "And Moshe took some of the anointing oil and some of the blood which was on the altar, and sprinkled it on Aharon, on his garments, and on his sons, and on the garments of his sons with him. And he set apart Aharon, his garments, his sons, and the garments of his sons." So we saw that this is a process which has been done to us also as we serve as priests. We've not only been justified before Yehovah, which is to be declared right before him despite our transgressions, but we've also been set apart. We've been kadashed in the Hebrew, or hagiazo in the Greek, to set something apart, to make it holy. And we can see here he took the anointing oil and some of the blood which was on the altar, and we saw how we are anointed by Elohim, and also we are set apart by the blood of the Messiah, the blood of Yeshua. Leviticus 8:33-36 says, "And do not go outside the door of the tent of meeting for 7 days, until the days of your ordination are complete, for he fills your hands for 7 days." So the priests had to stay inside the tent of meeting for 7 days, which again is interesting to me with everything which is going on at the moment, where people are advised to stay in their houses for 7 days. Verse 34 says, "Yehovah has commanded to do as he has done this day, to make atonement for you." Okay, so that command to stay inside the tent of meeting for 7 days, that's to make atonement for. The Hebrew concept is to kafar, and we'll look at this more when we look at Torah portion Achraimot. But actually, to make atonement doesn't mean what we think it means in English, which is to put right something which is wrong. That's kind of a small component of it, but really making atonement for it is to cleanse it. The offerings that were made in the earthly tabernacle made atonement for our flesh, so it cleansed our flesh of sin. Yeshua's atoning sacrifice cleansed our consciences of sin, our spirits of sin, and we make atonement ourselves. Every offering makes atonement. Okay, so the earthly ones for the flesh, the heavenly sacrifice of Yeshua made atonement for the conscience, and we can actually make atonement in the realm of the spirit by doing spiritual sacrifices. We cleanse our spirits. We cleanse ourselves with the washing of water by the word, so to speak. So this had to be done to make atonement. That's because Yehovah is going to come and be manifest. His esteem is going to be manifest on the earth. So atonement had to be made. "Stay at the door of the tent of meeting day and night for 7 days, and you shall guard the duty of Yehovah and not die, for so I have been commanded." And Aaron and his sons did all the words that Yehovah had commanded by the hand of Moshe. So for Aaron and his sons, atonement had to be made. Their flesh had to be cleansed, because Yehovah is going to appear before them. And on the 8th day, okay, so this is after the 7 days of the ordination of the priests, on the 8th day it came to be that Moshe called Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. As I get into this, I'll look at the concept of what it is to be an elder a little bit here. But this is on the 8th day, so this is where our Torah portion starts. Shmini means 8th. Okay, Shmini Yom would be 8th day. And he said to Aaron, "Take for yourself a young bull as a chata'at, sin offering, and a ram as an olah, a perfect one, and draw near with these offerings, with these korbanot, these things by which you draw near with them before Yehovah, or in the presence of Yehovah. Speak to the children of Israel, saying, take a male goat as a chata'at, and a calf and a lamb, both a year old, perfect ones, as an olah. And all of these offerings make atonement for the one offering them." So for the children of Israel, he also says, you guys, you need to have atonement made for you also. It says, "And a bull and a ram as shlomim, peace offerings, to zebach, sacrifice before Yehovah in his presence, and a mincha serve mixed with oil, for today Yehovah shall appear to you." So there's all these offerings for atonement, and Yahovah is going to appear. His esteem is going to appear before them. And if you remember when we were in Exodus 19 and he was going to appear before them on the mountain, they're told to not have sex with their wives for 3 days, not to come near unto their wife for 3 days, because that would make them unclean. And if their flesh was unclean, Yahovah would not be able to appear, or he would, but it wouldn't end very well for the people who are unclean, because he is holy. So these people are told, you must prepare yourselves. The priests, they have to prepare themselves to make atonement for their flesh, and the people also. They took what Moshe commanded before the tent of meeting, that same word, panim, by implication, before, really in the presence of, or in the face of something, literally. And all the congregation drew near, all of them drew near and stood in the presence of Yahovah. And Moshe said, this is the word which Yahovah commanded you to do, so that the esteem of Yahovah appears to you. And Moshe said to Aharon, go to the altar, actually draw near to the altar, and prepare your cheta'at and your olah and kafar for yourself and for the people. Okay? Make the offering, the korban of the people, make the means by which the people are going to draw near to Yahovah, these offerings, same as the way we draw near to Yahovah through our spiritual offerings, and make atonement for them, kafar for them, not just what we understand to make atonement for them, but kafar is this cleansing of the flesh, which is done by the sacrifices and offerings in the earthly tabernacle, for them as Yahovah has commanded. So Aharon came near to the altar, he drew near to it, slaughtered the calf of the sin offering, the cheta'at, which was for himself. The sons of Aharon drew near with the blood to him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and he put it on the horns of the altar, and poured the blood at the base of the altar. And the fat and the kidneys and the appendage on the liver of the sin offering, the cheta'at, he katar'd on the altar. Two different words for burn that we'll see in regards to the tabernacle. We're going to see katar and we're going to see seraph. Okay, seraph is where you get the word seraphim from, which is burning ones. Katar is different to seraph, is to burn something up, to consume it with fire, so to speak. To katar is to burn it up, but that burning is to offer it by fire. So you have an olah, which is a burnt offering. An olah is something that you would katar to Yahovah. You would offer it by fire, and then that would make it an offering made by fire, as we would read in the English translations, and that is an isha. So an olah is katar'd, and that makes it an isha. On the altar, as Yahovah commanded Moshe, and the flesh and the skin he burned with fire outside the camp. That wasn't offered to Yahovah. When he burned it outside the camp, he wasn't offering it, so that's to seraph. And he slaughtered the olah, and the sons of Aharon presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled on the altar all around. And they presented the burnt offering to him with its pieces and head, and he burned them on the altar. He katar'd them, offered them by fire. And he washed the entrails and the legs, and he offered them by fire with the olah on the altar. And he drew near with the people's means of drawing near, took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, he slaughtered it and made the sin offering like the first one. So here he's approached with the sin offering for himself and the sin offering and the other offerings for the people, because they both need to be atoned for. He drew near with the olah, made it according to the judgment. He also drew near with the mincha and filled his hand with it and katar'd it on the altar. He offered it by fire on the altar besides the olah of the morning. He slaughtered the bull and the ram as peace offerings, which were for the people, and Aharon's sons presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled on the altar all around. The olah the mincha, the peace offerings, the guilt offering, and the sin offering all make atonement for the people. Again, we might just think, well, it's the sin offering which makes atonement for your sin. But again, it's not about just making something right, which is wrong. All of those things atone for somebody because they all cleanse the flesh. The fat from the bull and the ram, the fat tail and the covering and the kidneys and the appendage on the liver. And they placed the fat on the breasts, and he offered by fire the fat on the altar. But the breasts and the right thigh Aharon waved as a wave offering in the presence of Yehovah, as Moshe had commanded. Aharon then lifted up his hand towards the people, and he blessed them, and came down from making the sin offering and the burnt offering and the peace offerings. And Moshe and Aharon went into the tent of meeting. Okay, sometimes when you see them going into the tent of meeting, it is the word karav, which is to draw near. Other times you'll see the word bo, which is actually the name of a Torah portion. It means to come or to go. So they went into the tent of meeting and came out and blessed the people, and the esteem of Yehovah appeared to all the people. And fire came out in the presence of Yehovah, and it consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar, and all the people saw and cried aloud and fell on their faces. Then we have Aharon's sons, Nadav and Avihu. Okay, what they did is they each took their fire holder. Okay, they were priests, they were Aharon's sons, and they took their fire holder and they put fire in it and they put incense on it. And they drew near with strange fire in the presence of Yehovah, which he had not commanded them. And that's what this word strange, zur, means. Okay, we can see it here in Gesenius's entry on Blue Letter Bible. As opposed to that which is upright, true, lawful, strange is the same as unlawful. So they came with an offering which they were not asked to bring, which Yehovah had not commanded. Just like Cain came with an offering that he wanted to offer to Yehovah, that he thought should be acceptable to Yehovah. And this is a problem. It's particularly a problem when people who are in leadership do this. It's a problem, full stop, to choose what you want to offer to Yehovah and think that it should be acceptable to him. And Yehovah would say the same thing as he said to Cain. You know, why is your face wrath? You've sinned in this. If you do well, it will be accredited to you. But if you don't do well, sin crouches at the door. Its desire shall be towards you, but you shall master it. So when we want to bring offerings that Yehovah has not asked for and that are actually unlawful offerings, but we think, well, he should accept this. It's not what he's asking for in the Torah, but he should accept it. Yehovah says the same thing towards us. Look, sin's desire is towards you, but you should master those desires. You should bring what Yehovah has asked. So Nadav and Avihu, the sons of Aharon, each took his fire holder and put fire in it, and put incense on it, and drew near with strange or unlawful fire in the presence of Yehovah, which he had not commanded them. And fire came out from Yehovah and consumed them, and they died in the presence of Yehovah. Then Moshe said to Aharon, this is what Yehovah spoke, saying, by those who come near me, okay, a very similar word, karov, essentially the same word for our understanding, to those who draw near to me, I will be set apart, and in the presence of all the people let me be esteemed. And Aharon was silent. Now I've put in here, you'll see, bring it across, Ekadesh is the word there. We know that the verb is to kadash. It is to set apart. The reason I've put in the modified word here is to show you how those things work. When you use Blue Letter Bible, you can look up all the instances of kadash, and sometimes when you're looking at a passage, it will tell you the word is kadash. If you went on Blue Letter Bible and looked at this passage, it would tell you that the word used there is kadash. but that's not the word that's written in the Hebrew. The word in the Hebrew is ekadesh, which is a modified form of kadash. So always remember when you're using Blue Letter Bible that you're missing a lot of information. All you have is what the word is unmodified. And when you modify kadash as ekadesh, it means I will be kadashed, if you like. And we'll see another good example of this in the Greek later on. But this is very important for us to bear in mind, that when we are looking at when a word is used, there's so much more information about that word. And sometimes the translation that we would like to choose from the list isn't the correct translation based on how the word is modified. In the Septuagint, it doesn't say Moshe said this to Aharon and Aharon was silent. Okay, he's saying, look, this is what Yahovah meant when he says, I will be set apart by those who come before me, those who draw nigh to me. Okay, and that's how we are to treat Yahovah. When we come before him, we are to treat him as set apart. And if you come before him unclean in the physical, the warning is always, don't do that lest you die. And these people died as well. So we would want the same when we're bringing spiritual offerings before Yahovah. Okay, he has to be holy. We have to treat him as holy. And when we get into the second part, we're going to see what happens when Yahovah is not treated but as holy in the way that he describes by his leadership. So in the Septuagint, it says that Aaron was pricked in his heart, and that's always an idiom for he was convicted about it, basically. So I think this is probably the more likely translation. Whether he was silent in the face of having been corrected or whether he was convicted, kind of the same, but I think that this is more likely as a translation. In Numbers 16, 8-11, we see something very similar to this. Okay, Aharon's sons are priests. You don't really get any higher up than the high priest than being a priest. They got to draw near to Yahovah and bring the offerings to make atonement for the children of Israel. It's an important position for them to have. But what they wanted to do, or what they did, is they offered something that Yahovah had not asked for. We see something very similar with Korach. Moshe said to him, hear now, you sons of Levi. So they were Levites. Okay, and Levites would minister in the set apart place, in Yahovah's dwelling place. They'd minister there. But they weren't happy with that. They wanted the priesthood. So it's very similar to what we see when members of the priesthood wanted to do their own thing and bring unlawful fire before Yahovah. Is it little to you that the Elohim of Yisrael has separated you from the congregation of Yisrael to bring you near to himself, for you to draw near, for him to draw you near to himself, is what the modified word means. To perform the service of the dwelling place of Yahovah and to stand before the congregation to serve them. So do you count this as something that you lightly esteem, that Yahovah has given you this place in his body? Do you lightly esteem that? Because you've got to do this thing, and this is absolutely an important role that you've been given, but you're lightly esteeming it. Now that he's brought you near to himself, you and your brothers, the sons of Levi, with you, and now you seek the priesthood as well. Again, kind of like what the sons of Aharon were doing when they wanted to draw near with incense before Yahovah, which is something that the high priest does. So they wanted to draw near to him in that way, and they brought unlawful incense before him, and they paid the price. And in this case as well, the fire comes down from heaven. Therefore, you and all your company are set against Yahovah And Aharon, what is he that you grumble against him? Okay, so they were looking at Aharon, they're looking at Moshe, and they weren't happy with the fact that they had the position in the body that they had. They wanted the priesthood. Okay, but it says here in verse 11 that they are set against Yehovah, because it's not Moshe and Aharon who set themselves in that position. It was Yehovah who did this, and he set these people in this position. This is from rabbinical tradition, which is not something that we follow. Okay, and that's not why I've included this, because I think that they've got some great insight that we should all be learning from rabbinical tradition. But the characteristics that they ascribe to Korah are very similar to characteristics that people have now when they look at their position in the body, and they look at, say, the leadership in the body, and they say things should be different to how they are. Or they look at Yehovah's authority and they say that Yehovah is wrong in the things that he says. So this says, a poor widow had a field. When she came to plough it, Moses forbade her to plough it with an ox and an ass together when she began to sow. Okay, so the animals can't be unequally yoked to plough the field. And that is something that Moses' law says. And this actually gives us an insight into how people misunderstand Yehovah's law. Yehovah gave it by the hand of Moshe, but it's not Moshe that came along to stop the poor widow. It's actually Yehovah who would stop the widow from doing this, because it's against his law. Okay, but this is the sort of thing that people do. They look at Moses and they say, well, Moses is wrong in asking people not to do this. What if someone was a poor widow and they only had these two animals and they had to get the job done by the end of the day, or whatever else people do when they try to engineer situations in which following Yehovah's law would not be a good thing to do. Okay, it says, when she began to sow, Moses forbade her to sow it with mingled seeds. The time of harvest, Moses ordered her to leave unreaped the corners of the field, and not to gather up the gleanings, but to leave them for the poor. He furthermore demanded the heave offering for the priests and the tithe for the Levites. The woman sold the field and purchased ewes in the hope that she might live undisturbed. So what is the connotation, the implication here? It's that Moses' law was disturbing her, that it was getting in the way. Okay, she had to bring an offering for the priest, she had to bring a tithe, she had to leave the corners of the field for the poor of the land, and all of that was to her detriment. How could she possibly follow the law of Moses? She's going to have to stop, and she's going to have to buy sheep instead. Maybe that will be easier for her to have the sheep. However, when the firstling of the sheep was born, Aharon appeared and demanded it as his due. Aaron doesn't do that. The leadership doesn't demand this as their due. But that's how these people see these things. And it's often how people see it when the leadership says, no, we've got to do things this way. We've got to do the law of Moses. People think, well, it's just them getting in the way and it's them doing it. But it's not. It's Yehovah's law. And to engineer these situations and imagine situations in which doing that might have bad consequences is actually blasphemy against Yehovah. Because what blasphemy is speaking against the name of something. Okay, when you blaspheme something, you speak against its name. That's what the literal meaning of to blaspheme is. So when you engineer situations in which the name of Yehovah would bring about something that was unjust, perhaps, or undesirable, what you're doing is you're blaspheming his name, because we know that Yehovah's law is perfect and it's good and it's true. It's good for us to do. That's his name, that doing his law is good. So it is blasphemy to engineer these sorts of situations in which there would be a bad outcome. At the shearing time, Aharon reappeared and demanded the first of the fleece of the sheep, which according to Moses' law, Yahovah's law, was his. He reappeared again and again with new demands till the long-suffering woman slaughtered the sheep and in her anger consecrated it to the sanctuary. So there you go, all of it can be given to the sanctuary, all of it can be given to the priests. Therefore, everything went to Aharon. Such men, Korah concluded, are Moses and Aaron. Now, I'm not suggesting for a second that this is what Korah actually said, but this is a very good example of what people do when it comes to Moses' law. Either they blame the people who are carrying it out, or maybe are benefited by the law, like Aaron's going to be benefited by being given the fleece of the sheep, so they say, oh, it's all Aaron's fault. Or they blame Yehovah. Okay, they say it's Moses' law, which is actually to blame Yehovah, because it is actually something which comes from Yehovah. But this is an excellent example for us to understand, and it's also good for us to reflect on these things and think, have I ever thought things like that in the past, when I've been considering, well, I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to do that. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to do this part of Yahovah's law. People often say, in fact, I can't do Yahovah's law, and they imagine situations like this. It's the same with self-defense. Some people will say, well, what do I do if a crackhead breaks into my house and starts to rape my wife? Should I not defend my wife? And it's kind of like, well, why are you imagining that as a situation? Do you not have faith in Yehovah? Do you not know that he is sovereign over the events of the world? You think that you're going to need to kill somebody in order to escape these bad situations? But I think probably we've all done it at one time or another. We've all thought about situations in which perhaps Yehovah's law wouldn't work out, or we wouldn't understand what would happen. So it's good for us to reflect on this and see these things as aspects of ourselves, because we can see what comes from this line of thinking. Okay, we can see what comes from what is basically a covetous mindset, okay, where you want things to be different. You want to move the things in the world to be in the orientation that you would like. I want to be the high priest. I want to be a priest. Okay, or the Levites. I want to do whatever. I want to be the people who carry around the holy objects. I want to be the people that carry around the furnishings of the tabernacle. Whatever it is, when we desire things to be a way that they're not, that Yahovah has set them to be, what we're doing is the same thing that we can see here. 1 Corinthians 12:12-25 says, for as the body is one and has many members, but all the members of that one body, being many, are one body, so also is the Messiah. Okay, so we are his body and he is the head, but we're his body. All the members of that one body, even though we're all diverse, we're all one body, and it functions just like a body does. For indeed, by one Spirit we were all baptized into one body, whether Jews or Greeks, whether slaves or free, and we were all made to drink into one Spirit. For indeed, the body is not one member, but many. Okay, and what people tend to do is they look at another member of the body that's doing something else, that Yehovah has called to do something else, and they say, I want to do that thing, or I'm jealous of that thing, or whatever it is, and it's all at its root covetousness. If the foot says, because I'm not a hand, I do not belong to the body, does it therefore not belong to the body? So if somebody says, I'm not happy with what I'm doing in the body, therefore I'm not a part of the body, I don't feel like part of Messiah's body, does that mean that it's not a member of the body? Or is it just a member of the body which is not fulfilling its purpose? If the ear says, because I'm not an eye, I do not belong to the body, does it therefore not belong to the body? If all the body was an eye, where would be the hearing? If all hearing, where would be the smelling? Okay, so if somebody looks and says, I want to be the eye, or I want to be the ear of the body, if all of the body was that one thing that that person wanted to be, then the body wouldn't function, would it? It would just be a big eye or a big ear, and it wouldn't be able to do the things that it needs to do, like to walk or to touch or to smell or whatever else the body of Messiah needs to be able to do, to talk. But now Elohim has set the members, each one of them in the body, even as he pleased. So we're not to look at other members and want it to be different. Just like we're not to look at the things in the world and want them to be different and to be covetous of something that somebody else has. It's all the same mindset which we're seeing here. If they had all been one member, where would the body be? And now there are indeed many members, but one body. And no member of the body is any more important than any other member of the body. Without them, the body wouldn't function. So they're absolutely important. But if they were the only member of the body wouldn't function at all. So they're no more important than all the other bits of the body which make it function together. And an eye is unable to say to the hand, I have no need of you. Or again, the head to the feet, I have no need of you. And people tend to do this as well. We're seeing this mindset in Aharon's sons, in Korah. People tend to say, we don't need that part of the body to do that, particularly when it comes to the part of the body that I am, when it comes to teachers. I mean, some people very regard teachers as an important part of the body, but many people say, I don't need a teacher. What I need is the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit will teach me everything that I need to know. Okay, but the Holy Spirit, we've all drank of that Spirit into the same body, and different parts of the body do different things. Jude 8 to 19 says, in the same way, indeed, these dreamers defile the flesh and reject authority and speak evil of esteemed ones. Okay, so as part of the body of Elohim, Elohim has given certain members authority, not, as we will see, to rule over people or to have dominion over them in any way, but they do have authority when it comes to making decisions and being able to say, well, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. You know, they've got authority within the body because Elohim needs them to have that authority to guide people. What we're going to see is the people in positions of authority are to be shepherds. Okay, they're to guide and they're to protect and they're to care for. But part of them being able to do that job is that they have authority. That doesn't make them any more important than any other member of the body. But it does mean that in order to do the thing that that part of the body does, they need to have authority. Okay, it's like the brain. The brain needs to have authority over the other parts of the body so that they can all work together in order to accomplish something. But Michael, the archangel, in contending with the devil, when he disputed about the body of Moshe, presumed not to bring against him a blasphemous accusation. Okay, so he did not speak against his name, but said, Yehovah rebuke you. But these blaspheme that which they do not know, and that which they know naturally, like unreasoning beasts, in these they corrupt themselves. Okay, so these people speak against the name of somebody else in things that they just don't know about. Okay, like unreasoning beasts, they corrupt themselves in these things. It's kind of like saying they walk in the flesh. They walk after the desires of the flesh and just kind of what they can immediately perceive around them. They'll cobble it all together into a picture and go forward on that basis. Verse 11 says, "Woe to them, because they have gone in the way of Cain, gave themselves to the delusion of Balaam for a reward, and perished in the rebellion of Korah." So we see the same mindset in these instances. "These are rocky reefs in your love feasts, feasting with you, feeding themselves without fear, waterless clouds borne about by the winds, late autumn trees without fruit, twice dead, pulled up by the roots." So to be twice dead is to die spiritually as well. Late autumn tree without fruit. A tree in the late autumn is supposed to bear fruit. If it's not bearing fruit, then it is raw. It is not achieving its purpose. Just like a waterless cloud. Clouds are supposed to bear water. A waterless cloud is useless. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. "Wild waves of the sea, foaming up their own shame, straying stars for whom blackness of darkness is kept forever." And Hanoch, the seventh from Adam, also prophesied of these, saying, "See, Yehovah comes with his myriads of holy ones, to execute judgment on all, to punish all who are wicked among them concerning all their wicked works, which they have committed in a wicked way, concerning all the harsh words which wicked sinners have spoken against him. These are grumblers, complainers, who walk according to their own lusts, and their mouth speaks proudly, admiring the faces of others for the sake of gain." Okay, so they're respecters of persons, the grumblers and complainers. These are the sorts of people like Korah, who look at other members of the body doing their job, and they say, who are these people to say that we need to do Moses' law? Who are these people? Look, they're benefiting from this. The leadership receives a tithe. They're benefiting from this. But what it all is covetous behavior. Okay, so these people, grumblers, complainers, good description of people who do this. They're complaining about the way things are. They're saying, I have no need of that part of the body, or I want to be this part of the body. Because I'm not that part of the body, I'm not a part of the body at all. "But you, beloved ones, remember the words spoken before by the apostles of our Lord Yeshua Messiah, because they told you that there would be mockers in the last time who would walk according to their own wicked lusts. These are the ones who cause divisions, not having the Spirit." And I can say from personal experience that that's absolutely true. Romans 13, 1-2 says, let every being be in subjection to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from Elohim, and the authorities that exist are appointed by Elohim. And this is true in the world of his people, and it's also true in the world of the Gentiles as well. So we are to do what the authorities say. So he who opposes the authority withstands the institution of Elohim, and those who withstand shall bring judgment on themselves. Often people confuse this verse to be talking about the Levites. They say that the Levites used to bear swords, which is not something that I can verify historically anyway. But it goes on to say that these are people to whom you would be paying taxes. So it's actually talking about the authorities of the world. Elohim puts kings in place. You can see that in Daniel chapter 4. I think it's verse 32. He puts kings in place. If you oppose those authorities, you would stand the institution of Elohim. That's also true within his body. Okay, he set the parts of the body as he wants it. Now, sometimes, as we'll see, leadership does bad things. There is bad leadership as well. When it comes to the Gentiles, if the Gentiles are asking you to do something which is against Yehovah's law, you absolutely do not do it. You are supposed to respect authority, like we see Daniel doing, and all sorts of people throughout Israel's dealings with other nations. We see them respecting authorities. But if they tell you to do something which is against the Torah, you are not to do it. And the same is true in Yehovah's body. It's not just we've got to follow what a leader in the body says to do. If they're saying not to follow Yehovah's law or to do something which is contrary to it, then it's the same as with the Gentiles. In Acts 5:26 to 29, it says, "Then the captain went with the officers and brought them not with force, for they feared the people lest they should be stoned. Having brought them, they set them before the council, and the high priest asked them," okay, so this is Peter and the people with him, saying, "Did we not strictly command you not to teach in this name? And look, you have filled Jerusalem with your teaching and intended to bring the blood of this man upon us." So they're saying, look, we told you not to teach about Yeshua. They're in authority. Okay, so should we follow somebody doing that? Well, of course not. And that is the response that Peter has. Peter and the apostles, the other apostles answering said, "We have to obey Elohim rather than men." And that's true in a situation where a wife is subject to her husband. It's true with leaders of a congregation. It's true of the Gentiles, people who are in authority in that regard as well. Whatever it comes to, we follow Elohim rather than men. Okay, we don't call men our teachers in that instance. Elohim is our teacher. And we'll see how that corresponds with what Yeshua said as we'll go on. 1 Peter 2. Okay, so this is Peter again. Peter has just said, or we just read that Peter said, we ought to obey Elohim rather than men. In 1 Peter 2, when he's writing to people like the Galatians and other congregations, he says, "Be subject to every institution of man because of the master, whether to the king as supreme or to governors as to those who are sent by him for the punishment of doers of evil and a praise for those who do good." And this is something that people misunderstand as well. They think, well, if the person in authority is not punishing evildoers or praising those who do good, then we don't listen to them. What Peter is actually referring to is the fact that Elohim sets up in the kingdom of men rulers. And it says in Daniel 4 that he sets up over them even the basest of men. Okay, even the worst, the lowest of men, he sets up over them. Because he set them up for the punishment of doers of evil. Okay, so if people have bad government, it's because the nation is not a good nation. A praise to those who do good. So when a nation is doing good, he gives them a good authority. But that doesn't mean that if we get a bad one, we have to disobey them, unless they're telling us to disobey Elohim. Peter himself, the man who said we ought to obey Elohim rather than God, tells us to be subject to every institution of man. Because such is the will of Elohim, that by doing good, you should put to silence the ignorance of foolish men. Okay, we had a situation like this recently. Okay, there's obviously everything that's happening with the coronavirus at the moment. So we were faced with a decision. Do we have Passover regardless? Well, if men had told us not to meet together and Elohim has told us to meet together, we ought to obey Elohim rather than men. But as you might have noticed, we didn't actually meet. So why not? The reason that we didn't meet, and we debated this, we discussed it as to what we should do, is because with the coronavirus, it's something which is directly for the protection of the vulnerable, okay, those who might be more susceptible to the virus. That's why we're not meeting and being in close contact with one another, because a virus doesn't spread itself. A virus needs people to be in contact with one another, and people can spread it when they're asymptomatic. So maybe before you know that you're infected. Some people don't show any signs of infection whatsoever. So if we were to just say, well, we don't appear to be sick, we're going to meet together, that might well be putting people further down the line in danger. Okay, it might not be you, but you might go to see your mum who's ill, or whoever, and you pass it on to them, or you pass it on to one of their friends, and it causes death further on down the line. We can say, well, we're under Yehovah's protection, and that is certainly true, but we don't test him in that. We don't put ourselves in a position where we are potentially having greater transmission of a virus which is killing people, and particularly killing the vulnerable. So we actually had to consider all of these issues very recently, and that's why we're doing the Torah portion from here today, why we did Passover. I mean, praise Yah, we could still do Passover when we were isolated anyway, but that's why we're doing these things. But these things are very important. It says here, because such is the will of Elohim. Okay, the Torah is the will of Elohim, but also this is the will of Elohim, that we would be subject to the authorities that he himself, in his power and in his wisdom, has put in place. Hebrews 5:1-4 says, for every priest taken from among men is appointed on behalf of men. Okay, so the priests are members of the body. So just like Elohim has put the members of the body where he pleased, and we read about that for us as his body, these people are the body as well. The priests, when they're acting properly, would be doing what Yehovah wants them to do on behalf of the people. The same is true for any position in the body that you can think of today. Okay, so they're appointed on behalf of men in matters relating to Elohim to offer both gifts and offerings for sins, being able to have a measure of feeling for those not knowing and being led astray, since he himself is also surrounded by weakness. And as we get into this, we're going to see that the duties of the priests and the duties of the Levites are carried out by positions in his body today. Okay, when Paul speaks of pastors and teachers, that's shepherds and teachers. Well, the Levites were the ones who were appointed to teach in the body at this point. The Levites and the priests were called upon to oversee and to judge matters when there was a dispute between people, for example. The Levites and the priests would judge the matter according to Elohim's word, and that's something that the leadership in his body today is called to do. So in a way, as the priest here is able to have a measure of feeling for those not knowing and being led astray, being surrounded by weakness, so also the people in his body today that do those roles, they're able to relate to people. They're able to see where people are coming from with things, to instruct them in the word as is appropriate. Verse 3 says, and on account of this, he has to offer for sins, as for the people, so also for himself. So that's what we saw Aaron doing. Okay, he had to offer for himself before he offered for the people. No one obtains this esteem for himself, but he who is called by Elohim. Elohim puts people in positions of authority. Okay, just like the priest as well had to offer for his own sins as well as for the people. It's the same with the leadership. Okay, the leadership were called out of sin to walk in Messiah. Okay, they are not sinless people either. They're not people who don't exist in the flesh. They're not people who are not subject to the desires of the flesh. They're to be a good example in what it is to master sin's desire toward you. But they're not sinless people. They're not spirit beings or anything like that. So it's the same as what is being said here. In Luke 22, 24 to 27, we see Yeshua instructing his disciples in something very important. It says, and there also took place a dispute among them as to which of them seemed to be greater. Okay, Yeshua's disciples were certainly brought into conformity with where he was at along the time when he was teaching them. They were all debating among themselves as to which one of them was greater, kind of thinking that they're missing the point of some of the things that he's saying sometimes. And he said to them, the rulers of the Gentiles rule over them. And that word rule, we're going to see in a couple of different passages. We're going to see it used of what overseers of fellowships are to do over the people. They're to rule over them. But this word isn't the English word rule. This word is the Greek word kuriuo. Okay, kuriuo. Rulers of the Gentiles kuriuo over them. And those who control them, those who exousiazo them, are called workers of good. And we'll look at those words in a minute. Because when the overseers of a fellowship are to rule over people, English word, it's a different word in the Greek, which is very revealing. And we'll look at that word at the same time. But not so with you. Let him who is greatest among you be as the youngest. Okay, when it's talking about great and young here, it's talking about kind of like societal position, and we'll see that as we go on. The leader as one who serves. And the word there for serves is diakoneo. Diakoneo is the verb from which we get the Greek word for deacon. People who are familiar with the King James Bible might be familiar with what bishops and deacons are. Okay, but they come from this word, diakoneo, which is to serve. So the leader is to be the one who serves people, not to be as the rulers of the Gentiles who kuriuo over them, who exousiazo them. For who is greater, the one who sits at the table or the one who serves? So that's what it's talking about with greatness. Okay, it's not like I'm so great. It's like, but who has the higher position? The one who is serving the person sitting at the table or the one who is being served? He says, is it not the one who sits at the table? But I am in your midst as the one who serves, the one who diakoneos. Now to look at those words, kuriuo, we can see here, bring it onto the screen, to be lord of, to rule, or to have dominion over. Okay, to, in the definition here, have dominion over, be lord of, to execute lordship over. So it's to have dominion over somebody. That's what the rulers of the Gentiles do. Exousiazo means to have power or authority, to use power, to be master of anyone, exercise authority over anybody. You can see there in the definition at the bottom, to control, exercise authority upon, bring under the power of, or have the power of, to hold the body subject to one's will. So it's to have the rulers of the Gentiles have dominion over them, and they bring them into accordance with their will. To bring things into accordance with your will is actually what you will find if you read a book on magic, as to what the definition of magic is. We think of magic as, like Harry Potter and that sort of stuff. But magic is actually to bend somebody to your own will, or to bend the environment or the world to your own will. Okay, so Yehovah obviously doesn't do that. He doesn't bend anybody to his will. He wants people who choose him of their own free will. And the people who he gives authority to lead the body to, he doesn't want them bending anybody to their will either, or trying to bend anybody to Yehovah's will. Okay, it's different, the approach that these people are to have. The word that they are to employ, that they're to do, is proistemi. Proistemi. You see here, to set or place before, to set over, to be over, to superintend, to preside over. Not to preside over having dominion over the people that you're presiding over, though. It's just a job that is given to somebody. I'm going to need you to look after this, to lead this group of people, but not to have dominion or bend them to your will. As we can see here, to be a protector or guardian. Okay, it's to shepherd people, just like a shepherd would. To care for, give attention to. Okay, and we can see at the bottom here, to stand before, i.e. in rank, they are leaders, they have authority, but it's not to have dominion, to control people. Okay, it's so that the body functions by having something which decides the way forward. Okay, that allows for an orderly operation of the body. Okay, to maintain or to be over. So they are in a position where they're in the leadership role, but they don't have dominion over people. They're there to preside over, to protect, to be a guardian, to give aid to care for, and give attention to people so that the body functions in the way that it's supposed to. Matthew 23, 1-12 says, Then Yeshua spoke to the crowds and to his disciples, saying, The scribes and the Pharisees sit on the seat of Moshe. So on the seat of Moshe, all that could be read is the Torah of Moshe. They couldn't add all of their rabbinical stuff to it. Therefore, whatever they say to you to guard and do, but do not do according to their works, for they say and do not do. So when they're reading the scriptures, do that. But since they say to do the scriptures, but they don't do them themselves, don't allow yourself to be taught by them in that only the word of Elohim. They bind heavy burdens hard to bear and lay them on men's shoulders, but with their finger they do not wish to move them. Okay, all their rabbinical Talmudic law that they added to the Torah. They do all their works to be seen by men, and they make their tefillin wide, and they lengthen the zitziot of their garments. So what they're doing is in order to be recognized by men, to have the acclaim of men. They love the best place of feasts, the best seats in the congregations. Okay, who's going to have the best seat? Obviously, the leader's going to have the best seat. That's the way that the Gentiles and people think of these things. That's the way that these people who walked according to their flesh thought of these things. The greetings in the marketplaces and to be called by men, Rabbi, Rabbi. They loved the exaltation of men. They loved having that position. But you do not be called Rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Messiah, and you are all brothers. Okay, so do we make Yehovah our teacher, or do we do the nonsense that men add in? Men are not our teachers. Yehovah's our teacher. He's saying do what they say when they sit in the seat of Moshe, because that's the word of Elohim. But don't go with the nonsense that they add onto it. That is to make a man your teacher. We have one teacher, that is Messiah. And as Messiah's body, we have in Messiah's body teachers who teach by the Spirit, but that's still being taught by Messiah. To go outside of that and to start taking your teaching from men rather than from the body and from the word of Elohim, that is what it is to call a man your teacher. Of course, Yeshua, in saying this, wasn't contradicting the Torah. We know that for a fact. So when he says, call no man your teacher, he's not contradicting the Torah, which tells us that the Levites are teachers. Okay, men can be your teacher, but you don't go after all the extra nonsense which is added on, like the Pharisees were adding on. Don't call any man your teacher. You'll have teachers, it's part of the body, but don't call any man above and beyond Yehovah your teacher. Do not call anybody on earth your father, for one is your father, he who is in the heavens. Again, we know that Yeshua is not contradicting the Torah here. The Torah tells us to honor our father and our mother. But if we're not to call anyone our father, then how will we honor them? That wouldn't make sense. It's an example of people taking Yeshua's words and trying to really strictly, literally interpret what he said and not appreciate the context of who he was speaking to as about the scribes and the Pharisees and the problems with what they were doing. So do not call anyone on earth your father. John, in his letters, refers to the people who he's teaching as his children and him as their father, metaphorically. It's not saying don't do that. It's not rebuking John. And it's not rebuking Yehovah in the Torah for referring to people on the earth as our fathers. We are, of course, allowed to call somebody who is on the earth, who is our father, our father. But Yehovah is our father. We don't look to men as the ultimate authority and say, I'm going to take my leading from that man. Yehovah is the father, and all things come from him. Neither be called leaders, for one is your leader, the Messiah. Again, he's not contradicting the Torah, where Yehovah himself appointed leaders in the congregation. And there are many different leaders that we see in the Torah, in fact. When it says one is your leader, the Messiah, he is the one who leads. Part of his body, him, are going to be leaders. But he's the one that we take our leading from, not men. If men start telling you to do stuff which is beyond the word of Elohim, which is in transgression of the word of Elohim, then they are not operating as the authority. Yehovah is the authority, and he's always the authority. So Yeshua is not contradicting the Torah in these 3 points, which he would be if we were to take them as literally as you can read them. The greatest among you shall be your servant. That's what he was telling them in the last passage that we looked at. He shall be your diakonos. Okay, he shall be your deacon. That's what the word diakonos is translated to in other places. The word deacon, you can see where it comes from the Greek, but what it actually means is a servant or an attendant, and we'll get into that. Whoever exalts himself, like the scribes and the Pharisees were exalting themselves, shall be humbled. Whoever humbles himself shall be exalted. 1 Timothy 3 verse 1 says, in the King James Version, you'll notice, this is a true saying, if a man desires the office of a bishop, he desires a good work. Okay, so there is a single Greek word here that is translated as the office of a bishop. The word bishop isn't there at all. Just likewise the deacons, because when people think of church structure, they think of either elders and deacons or bishops and deacons, whatever word is put in for the Greek words, but we're going to look at the Greek words. 1 Timothy 3 verse 1. If a man longs for the position of an overseer, it's the better translation, because the Greek word is episkope. He desires good work. So the position of a bishop or the position of an overseer, the word for that, singular word, is episkope. Here we can see what episkope means. Investigation, inspection, or visitation. Often in the Septuagint and also in the New Testament, it's talking about things like the time of his visitation, when it's words that are similar to or taken from the same root as episkope. The act by which God looks into and searches out the ways, deeds, character of men in order to adjudge them, their lot accordingly, whether joyous or sad. And that's something that somebody in the position of an overseer does. They're called to be judges. When there's matters of dispute or there's matters of Torah that need to be decided, they're the ones who oversee and they're the ones who adjudge these matters. Also, oversight, overseership, office, charge, the office of an elder or the office of a bishop, the office of an overseer, the overseer or presiding officers of a Christian church. That's how Strong's interprets that this word is used in the Bible. But this is somebody who oversees, and we'll see that from the words that it comes from. Okay, so episkopos is somebody who does episkope, right, the office of an overseer. So somebody who has the office of an overseer is an episkopos. When you see os on the end of words, like when we were looking at wisdom, we saw Sophia was wisdom and Sophos was ones who were wise. That's talking about ones who do a verb or are associated with a concept. You'll see os at the end. When you see s at the end of the word, that makes it masculine. That's why Yeshua became Iousus in Greek, because it needed, as a masculine name, to have an s on the end. But that is somebody who is an overseer, a man charged with the duty of seeing that things to be done by others are done rightly, any curator, guardian, or superintendent. So that is what the overseers in a church are for. They're there to make sure that things are done properly, and as such they are given authority, but not authority to have dominion over people, to bend them to their will, so to speak, to control people, but the authority to tell people what to do. 1 Peter 2:25 uses this word of Yeshua. For you were like sheep going astray, but have now returned to the shepherd and overseer of your souls, the episkopos of your souls. Just like Yeshua, in an assembly, you will have shepherds and overseers who are men. But you would call no man shepherd, because you have one shepherd, even though we do call men shepherds. But when it comes down to it, we don't follow after the shepherd, we're following after Yeshua. He's also the overseer. So you could say, call no man overseer, even though we do have overseers in the assembly. Episkopeo is the verb. That means to look upon, inspect, oversee, look after, or care for. Okay, so it's like that word that we saw before, proistemi. That's what, when we see the word rule over, and the word is proistemi, this is what they're doing. Okay, they are judging matters, they're inspecting, they're overlooking matters to make sure that things are done properly. They're caring for and they're looking after the flock like a shepherd would. That's the position that they have. 1 Peter 5 verse 2 says, shepherd the flock of Elohim which is among you, serving as overseers, episkopeo, So that's the verb. Where it says serving as overseers in the English, it's actually just the verb in Greek, episkopeo. So it's kind of like saying episkopeoing, not by compulsion, but voluntarily, not out of greed for filthy gain, which is, when we get into the second part, what we will see that the leadership that Yahuwah had put into position in ancient Israel ended up doing. Not out of greed for filthy gain, but eagerly. So men are shepherds and overseers, just as Yeshua is the shepherd and overseer of our soul. And we would say that no man was shepherd and overseer before Yeshua, because Yeshua is our shepherd and overseer. 2 Chronicles 34 verse 12 in the Septuagint uses this word, uses episkopeo and episkopos. The men were faithfully engaged in the works, and over them were episkopos. Okay, so who are these episkopos? Jeth and Abdias, Levites of the sons of Merari. Okay, they are the teachers. They were the superintendents, we can see here, just as in the church today. Zacharias, Mosalam, the sons of Kaath, that's Koath, the Kohathites, appointed to oversee episkopeo and every Levite. And interestingly, it says here, everyone that understood how to play on musical instruments, because part of the Levites is they had people who played musical instruments, just as Charlie does, funnily enough. Okay, the word that they come from, the verb that episkope comes from, or episkope comes from, is episkeptomai, rather. It's a verb that means to look upon, or after, to look after, to inspect or examine with the eyes, in order to see how he is, i.e. to visit, to go to see one, the poor, the afflicted, the sick, to look upon in order to help or benefit, to look after, have care for, to provide for. So we can see what these people are supposed to do. They're not people who've been given authority to have dominion over people and to control them. They're people who do a job in the body which is for a good purpose. And we are not to say of these people, I have no need of you, as we see Korach doing. 1 Timothy 3, 1-6 says, trustworthy is the word. If a man longs for the position of an episcope, or if a man longs for the episcope, he desires a good work. An episkopos then should be blameless, the husband of one wife, so they weren't allowed to have more than one wife. That doesn't mean that they have to have a wife. Yeshua is an overseer. Paul was an overseer. They didn't have wives. So you don't have to have a wife. What this is telling us is that you're not to have more than one wife. And indeed what we will see with all of these things is that these are people who walk after the Spirit rather than after the flesh. Okay, sober, sensible, orderly, kind to strangers, able to teach, not given to wine, no brawler. So again, these are not people who walk after the flesh, who want loads of wives and they want to drink wine all the time, and that's where their minds are at, after the things of the flesh. But gentle, not quarrelsome, no lover of money, one who rules his own house. And that's that word, proistemi. Okay, proistemi is to care for, to have authority over, but in a way that is to care for rather than to have dominion over. Having his children in subjection with all reverence. For if a man does not know how to proistemi his own house, how shall he look after the assembly of Elohim? So we can see it's compared there with looking after the assembly of Elohim, because that's what proistemiing is. It's to have authority over it in order to care for, to protect, to be the guardian of. So if a man does not proistemi his own house well, how are you going to think that he's going to do the same in the assembly of Elohim. Not a new convert. Okay, neophytos, or neophytos rather, is the word that's used there. People misunderstand this to mean somebody who is young. We know that Timothy was young, and we'll see that as we go on. What this is talking about is somebody who is a new convert. Let's remember who Paul was writing to. He's writing to Timothy, and he's telling him how to appoint elders and overseers. So he's saying, because remember the church was spreading at the time, and Timothy would have to, when a new group started up, Timothy would appoint an overseer, and these are the criteria to do it by. Also the criteria that we should follow, obviously, but not a new convert. So not somebody who's just come to the word of Elohim, okay, lest he become puffed up with pride and he falls into the judgment of the devil. In verse 10 of 1 Timothy 3, we see the office of the deacon referred to in the King James Version, the diakoneo. Diakoneo is a verb, and as we can see from here, it means to be a servant, an attendant, a domestic, okay, so somebody who would wait at a table. There's actually some interesting wordplay in the Greek in Acts 6:2, where it's talking about, should we leave the word of God to go and diakoneo tables? So here, to be an attendant, to wait upon, okay, so it's to be a servant to somebody. Diakonos, again, you'll notice the os ending there, is somebody who does that thing. Okay, one who executes the commands of another, especially of a master, a servant, attendant, a minister. Okay, the servant of a king. That is a diakonos. So that's what deacons in the church are. They're servants. Okay, we live in a time where the church has made a whole big thing about having elders and deacons, whereas actually what it turns out to be is somebody who oversees as a shepherd and servants within the church. Matthew 22:13, we see this word used when it says, the king said to the diakonos. The king says to the deacons? No, the king says to the attendants or to the servants. So 1 Timothy 3:10-13 in the King James Version reads, let these also first be proved, then let them use the office of a deacon, being found blameless. 7. Even so must their wives be grave, not slanderers, sober, faithful in all things. Let the deacons, the servants or attendants, be the husbands of one wife, prostaming their children in their own house as well. For they that have used being diakoneo well purchase to themselves a good degree and great boldness in the faith. What we're going to see when we look at the ISR translation. Side note, that's the translation that I base my Torah portions on. There are words in there that I do not think that they've translated correctly, and because all translation is doctrinal in essence, in other words, in order to know how to translate something, you have to know doctrine to know how to translate it. I don't just go with any one translation. I use the body of the ISR, which uses the Hebrew names, and it's got some other useful things in. But when they use a word that is not the correct word, like they say renewed covenant instead of new covenant, for example, they say execution stake instead of cross, and these are all things we've been through to examine whether or not they're the correct translations before, but that's the translation that I use as a whole. So when it doesn't have a little translation next to it, you know that it's the ISR version which is used. In Philippians 1:1 in the ISR, it says Shaul and Timothy, servants, and that's a different word, It's a synonymous word, which is doulos, of Yeshua Messiah, to all the set apart ones in Messiah Yeshua who are in Philippi, with the episkopos and the diakonos, the overseers and the attendants in the church. So this whole passage, so that we can now understand what is being said. Trustworthy is the word. If a man longs for the position of an overseer, an episkope, he desires a good work. An episkopos then should be blameless, the husband of one wife, sober, sensible, orderly, kind to strangers, able to teach, not given to wine, no brawler, but gentle, not quarrelsome, no lover of money, one who prostames his own house well, having his children in subjection with all reverence. For if a man does not know how to prostame his own house, how shall he look after the assembly of Elohim? Not a neophytus, a new convert, lest he become puffed up with pride and fall into the judgment of the devil. And he should even have a good witness from those who are outside, lest he fall into reproach and the snare of the devil. Likewise, attendants are to be reverent, not double-tongued, nor given to much wine, nor greedy for filthy gain. So these are people who serve in the church, who attend in the church, and they are to be of good character as well, remembering that he is advising Timothy on who are to be appointed into positions of overseeing assemblies and who is to be appointed into the position of serving those assemblies. Not given to much wine, not greedy for filthy gain, holding to the secret of the belief with a clean conscience. And let these also be proved first. Then let them serve if they are unreprovable. Okay, very different from what we read in the King James Version. Women in the same way. Okay, so it doesn't say and their wives. And the reason for this translational discrepancy is because in Hebrew and in Greek, the word for woman is the same word as the word for wife. So it's by interpretation, by translation, whether or not it's wife or woman which is being said. Women cannot be overseers of the church, just like they couldn't be Levites. There's the men's responsibility. Again, they're the part of the body which is to do that role. That's the way that Elohim has set it. We can't go against that. We can't be covetous of that. Women, though, can serve in the church. Okay? People would say women can't be deacons either, but they misunderstand what is being said. Women in the same way, reverent, not false accusers, sober, trustworthy in every way. Let attendants be the husband of only one wife, or one woman, it could be translated, prostaming their children and their own households well. For those who have served well as attendants gain good standing for themselves and much boldness in the belief that is in Messiah Yeshua. Okay, so that word attendance is diakonos as well. Deuteronomy 17 verse 9 says, and shall come to the priests, the Levites, and to the judge who is in those days, and shall inquire, and they shall declare to you the word of justice. So as we've seen in more detail in other teachings, but partly in this teaching as well, the priests, the Levites, who would be the judge, not always, not exclusively, but the majority of judges that we see are priests and Levites in the scriptures. Okay, they are what we see now as overseers. The Levites were put in position as overseers, as we saw in the Septuagint. Now an overseer has to make these judgments. It says they shall declare to you the word of justice. That's the word of mishpat. So another important element of being an overseer is knowing the word of Elohim, being able to teach and all of those things. Because you're to declare the word of justice to people. We know what his mishpatim are, his justices. We can see in, say, the case of somebody who has an ox that kills somebody. If they weren't previously in the habit of goring, then that person is not killed. The ox is killed because blood has to be shed by the animal that shed it. But if that ox was known to gore people beforehand, then that person would be guilty. Okay, so we can take that principle and we can apply it in different situations. Let's say somebody in the fellowship had a firearm, okay, and they had known that to have a loaded firearm was dangerous. Let's say the firearm had gone off and had injured somebody. Then the leadership of the fellowship would be able to say, well, since you knew that this was a dangerous situation, you bear culpability in this situation. So we can apply his mishpat, his mishpatim, his justices to many different situations, and we can see what justice is. And this is what these people in the body were called to do, and it's what overseers in the body are called to do now. When there's a matter that needs to be decided, it's brought to the overseers of the assembly because they know the word and they can apply the principles of justice to it. It might not be the mishpatim, it might be anything in the Torah. Deuteronomy 1:9-17 says, and I spoke to you at that time, saying, I am unable to bear you by myself. Yehovah your Elohim has increased you, and see, you are today as numerous as the stars of the heavens. So this is Moses when he's recounting these things in the book of Deuteronomy, all the things that happened. Yehovah Elohim of your fathers is going to add to you 1,000 times more than you are and bless you as he has spoken to you. How do I bear your pressure and your burden and your strife by myself? Choose men wise and understanding, known to your tribes, and let me appoint them as your heads. So this is Moshe's recollection of these events. This is what he did from his perspective. And you answered me and said, the word which you have spoken to us to do is good. Okay, so he says to them, choose men, those with wisdom and understanding, same as the leaders to be chosen today. And I took the heads of your tribes, wise men and known, and made them heads over you, leaders of thousands, leaders of hundreds, leaders of 50s, leaders of 10s, and officers, shoters for your tribes. I commanded your judges at that time, saying, when hearing between your brothers, judge righteously between a man and his brother or the stranger who is with him. Do not show partiality in justice. Hear the small as well as the great. Do not be afraid of anyone's face, for the justice belongs to Elohim. That's key. That's what we read before about the speculation about what Korah would have said about Moses, where he said, and then Moses appeared and he wanted this, and Aaron appeared and he wanted that. What they're being told here is, don't be afraid of anybody that might come and do this, because the justice is not yours, it belongs to Elohim. Very much matches with what Yeshua was saying when he was saying, call no man teacher. Okay, Elohim's your teacher. Say that no man works justice. The justice belongs to Elohim, not to man. And it's the same for the leadership today in his congregation when they judge matters. Okay, they're not to fear before people. Often being in a position of leadership is going to be a position which carries with it being unpopular, having to make decisions which are unpopular, or that not everybody is going to agree with, and some people are going to resent you for. Okay, it's exactly the same here, and they're told, don't fear the face of anyone though. Okay, that's not actually a problem that Charlie and I have had to face, thankfully, but it's something that I am aware of within the body and that I've seen in other places. The case which is too hard for you, bring it to me, and I shall hear it. So Moshe says, you guys, you judge these things, okay? You people who are the wise and understanding ones, you be the leaders. You guys be the judges. Judge these matters according to the word of justice, according to Yahuwah's Mishpatim. If anything's too hard, then you bring it to me. Numbers 11:16 to 17. This is how Yahuwah speaks about those events. These are the events which Moshe is recalling in Deuteronomy 1. Then Yahuwah said to Moshe, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be elders of the people and officers over them. Okay, so when it says elders of the people, this is something we're going to look at now. The word elder in English and in Greek and in Hebrew, as it turns out, can mean somebody who is old, one of the older people in the group. Okay, and that's kind of how people think of these things when they hear them. Notice it says here, those who you know to be elders of the people. So it's according to something that Moshe knows about the people. It's not their age. He didn't say go and get all the old people together. That's not what he's saying. People with age generally tend to have more wisdom and more understanding of matters. So they would certainly be good people to be elders, but their age alone does not qualify them to be. And age, in fact, is not a qualifying ingredient. As we'll see, the word has more meaning than that. So he says, go and choose these people. This is Yahuwah saying, go and choose these people. And then Moshe's recollection of it is that he went to the people and he said, choose for yourself heads. And I shall come down and I shall speak with you there, and shall take of the spirit that is on you and put on them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with you, so that you do not bear it yourself alone. And this is a key part of leadership, that they have the spirit of Elohim. They should not be people who walk according to their flesh. They should be people who walk according to their spirit, which follows after the spirit of Elohim. And they are given the ability to teach, just like Betzalel and Aholiab were given the ability to teach by Yahuwah's Ruach. Teachers today in the body are given that ability. Acts 14:23 says, and having appointed elders, the word in Greek is presbyteros, in every assembly. So they appointed presbyteros. You can't appoint old people. You can't say you are now appointed to be 80 years old. But you can appoint people to be leaders in the assembly. That's what the word elder can also mean. We tend to think of this when we think of elders, don't we? When we think of the elders of the tribes of Israel, we think of tribal elders. That's kind of what instinctively makes sense to us. And as I say, the characteristics which come with age are certainly good characteristics to have in a position of leadership, but it goes beyond that, and we'll look at that. Presbyteros then, in the Greek, we can see here, elder of age, can mean that, can mean the elder of two people. Advanced in life, an elder, a senior, so it absolutely has that meaning. It is also a term of rank or office among the Jews. Okay, members of the Great Council or Sanhedrin. Okay, they were the Jewish elders. They weren't necessarily all the older people in the population. They were, as it says, it's a term of rank or office, also among the Christian church, the assembly. Luke 15:25, and his elder son was in the field. And the word there is used, the same one as you would find in the Septuagint for the elders of Israel. His presbyteros son was in the field. That's the elder of his two sons, the one that was older. 1 Peter 5 verse 5, in the same way, you younger ones, be subject to the elders, the presbyteros. Is it talking about the leadership of the church? We can tell from the context when it says, you people who are younger, be subject to the ones who are older in the assembly. So we can see that it carries this meaning. 1 Timothy 5 1-2 says, do not rebuke an elder man, do not rebuke a presbyteros in the Greek, but appeal to him as a father, younger ones as brothers. Elderly women or elder women as mothers, younger ones as sisters in all cleanliness. Okay, so do not rebuke a presbyteros, appeal to him as a father. Again, not going against call no man father. Different. The father is Yahovah. Do not rebuke a presbyteros. And it says here, appeal to him as a father. This is the good example I was talking about, where we need to understand how a word is modified to get proper sense from it. If we just look at every time presbyteros is used, we can see that it's used in both of these verses. But one is talking about a man and one's talking about a woman. And that's to do with how the word is modified. One is modified to make it masculine, and one is modified to make it feminine. It's the same root word, presbyteros, and that's the word that you'll find in Blue Letter Bible if you go there. But there's much more to be understood. But whether it's an elder man or an elder woman, depending on how it's modified, we can see this is an example of speaking to somebody who is older. Appeal to somebody who is older as a father or as a brother if they're male, as a mother or a sister if they're younger and they're female. In Job 32, 6-9, Elihu, son of Barachel the Buzite, responded and said, I am young in years and you are aged. Therefore I was afraid to let you know my opinion. I said days should speak and many years should teach wisdom. But truly it is the spirit in man and the breath of the Almighty that gives him understanding. The multitude are not wise, nor do the aged understand justice. So what he's saying is, what is important when speaking to people is not your age. It is important, but it's not the overruling thing. It's wisdom and it's justice. Okay, understanding justice. The multitude are not wise. Just because you get a load of people who think something, that doesn't mean it's wisdom. The aged do not understand justice. Doesn't mean nobody who is aged understands justice. It means that just because somebody who is aged, it doesn't mean that they understand justice. Where that comes from is the spirit in man and the breath of the Almighty. Okay, it's Yahovah's Ruach, and that's what's important in leadership as well. 1 Timothy 4 verse 12, Timothy is told, let no one look down on your youth. This is the same person that's being told how to appoint elders in the congregation. Let no one look down on your youth, but be an example to the believers in word, in behavior, in love, in spirit, in belief, in cleanliness. That's where the qualifications to be a leader come from. Timothy was young. Genesis 50 verse 7, we see the Hebrew word for presbyteros, and that word is zakein. Yosef went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the zakein of his house, and all the zakein of the land of Mitzrayim. Exodus 3:16, go and you shall gather the zakein of Yisrael together. Okay, so he's told to go and gather the zakein, the elders of Israel. I find this picture interesting, representing Moses and Aaron gathering the elders together, because you can see that cultural understanding of them being old in the picture. Not necessarily the case though. Okay, we saw the ones who were gathered together as elders. They were the ones who were wise and understanding, those who were known to be elders of the people, those who were known to be leaders among the people. Numbers 11 verse 16. Then Yehovah said to Moshe, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel, the Zaken of Israel, whom you know to be Zaken of the people and officers. The ones who you know are going to be good in this position. Not go and gather all of the elder people of the children of Israel. Deuteronomy 1:15, I took the heads of your tribes, wise men, and known. The word for known there is Shem, which means men who were of name. Could be renowned men, perhaps, but men who had a known name, men who were of good name, so to speak. Matthew 15 verse 2 says, why do your disciples transgress the tradition of the elders, the tradition of the presbyteros? This isn't the tradition of the elder people in the society. This is the tradition of the leaders of Israel at that time. Mark 14:53, they led Yeshua away to the high priest, and all the chief priests and the presbyteros and the scribes came together to him. So again, it's a term which is used of leadership. Revelation 5:14, we see the 4 living creatures said Amen, and the 24 presbyteros. Okay, these are the council who are in heaven. People have asked before, who are these people? And I don't know, but what I do know is that they're not men of the earth. Okay, these are likely to be angelic, because no man has ascended into heaven except for Yeshua. So this 24 elders are in some kind of, we do hear about the council of heaven, I don't know if it's them, they're in some kind of eldership position in heaven. And again, not because they're old, it's just a term that is used of leadership. James 5 verse 14, is anyone among you sick? Let him call for the presbyteros of the assembly. Again, not the elder people in the assembly, the elders of the assembly, the leaders of the assembly. 1 Peter 5 1-3, therefore as a fellow elder, one Greek word, presbyteros, okay, fellow elder, like you get like sympathetic from the same sort of thing, or actually it's presbyteros, a fellow elder, and a witness of the sufferings of Messiah, also a sharer of the esteem that is to be revealed. I appeal to the presbyteros among you. So the people that Peter's addressing right now are the elders, and he describes himself as a fellow elder because he was a leader in the church, not because he was getting on a bit. Shepherd the flock of Elohim, which is among you, serving as episcopeo, okay, serving as overseers, doing the verb episcopeoing, not by compulsion, but voluntarily, not out of greed for filthy gain, but eagerly. So we see that it's this leadership position of the overseers who shepherd the flock of Elohim. They're associated with what it is to be an elder here as well. Neither as being masters. This is very interesting. Yeshua said the rulers of the Gentiles, kuriuo over them. Here it says neither as being masters, neither as kata kuriuo. Okay, so just the same as what Yeshua said. Don't be masters over them. Don't kuriuo over them, over those entrusted to you, but being examples to the flock, proistemiing over them, shepherding them, caring for them, not ruling over them with dominion. Acts 21:17-18 says, and when we had arrived in Jerusalem, the brothers received us gladly. And on the following day, Shaul went in with us to Yaakov. So Paul and James went in, and all the elders came. Not all of the elders of the population, all of the leadership came. This is what people refer to as the Jerusalem Council. 2 John verse 1 says, John refers to himself as the elder, not because he's saying, I'm older than all of you people, but because he is an elder in the assembly. Also in 3 John verse 1, the elder to the beloved Gaius. Titus 1, 5-14 says, the reason I left you in Crete was that you should straighten out what was left undone and appoint elders, appoint presbyteros in every city as I commanded you. If anyone is unreprovable, the husband of one wife, having believing children, not accused of loose behavior or unruly, for an episkopos has to be unreprovable as a steward of Elohim, not self-pleasing, not wrath, not angry, not given to wine, no brawler, not greedy for filthy gain, but kind to strangers, a lover of what is good, sensible, righteous, set apart, and self-controlled, clinging to the trustworthy word according to the teaching, in order to be able both to encourage by sound teaching and to reprove those who oppose it. This is very important. When those who are overseers, those who are shepherds and teachers are teaching the word, it is to encourage, it is to edify and build up those who are walking according to it. But it's also to reprove those who oppose it. And it's designed to do that. Some people have the attitude of mind that what somebody who is preaching the word should do is make it kind of as palatable and as nice and not challenging people when they're in sin. But that's not what an overseer should do. Okay, it's to reprove those people who oppose the word. For there are many unruly men, senseless talkers and deceivers, especially those of the circumcision. So those who are circumcised by nature, those who are Jewish, whose mouths have to be stopped, who upset entire households, teaching what they should not for the sake of filthy gain. And if people have been to assemblies of Torah keepers, you may well have seen this. Often you'll get people just talking about nonsense, arguing with each other, things that don't benefit anybody to teach. They end up upsetting people and causing disruption. Okay, and the overseer, the elder, the shepherd is there to stop that. One of them, a prophet of their own, said, Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, lazy gluttons. This witness is true. Therefore rebuke them sharply in order for them to be sound in the belief. I don't know what the Cretans were like, but obviously some of them could be a little uncouth. Therefore rebuke them sharply. What's the purpose of an overseer, a shepherd, an elder rebuking somebody? It's in order for them to be sound in the belief. Not paying attention to Jewish fables and the commands of men who turn aside from the truth. Another thing you'll commonly find along with Torah teaching is the teaching of certain ancient texts that are Jewish fables or the Kabbalah or other commands of men and all the teaching of men, which is directly what Yeshua was teaching against when he said, call no man teacher. Acts 20, 17-32 says, and from Miletus he sent to Ephesus and called for the elders of the assembly. And when they had come to him, he said to them, you know from the first day I came to Asia how I was with you all the time, serving the master with all humility, with many tears and trials which befell me by the plotting of the Jews, as I kept back no matter that was profitable, but proclaimed it to you, and taught you publicly and from house to house. This is something that people kind of over-romanticize. It doesn't matter what building you meet in. You don't have to meet in a church building. You don't have to meet in a house in order for it to be the genuine church. The church is a word, ecclesia, which means the assembly. It's the people who are the church. You know, you could meet on the top of a mountain and you'd still be going to the assembly, so to speak. Witnessing to Jews and to Greeks repentance towards Elohim and belief in our Master Yeshua Messiah. And now see, I go bound in the Spirit to Jerusalem, not knowing what is going to meet me there, except that the set-apart Spirit witnesses in every city, saying that chains and pressures await me. So as Paul was preparing to go to Jerusalem, he says, I don't know what's going to meet me there, apart from the Ruach lets me know that wherever I go, chains and pressures are going to await me. But I do not count my life of any value to me, so that I might accomplish my mission with joy, and the service which I received from the Master Yeshua to bear witness to the good news of the favor of Elohim. And now see, I know that you all, among whom I went about proclaiming the reign of Elohim, shall see my face no more. Therefore I witness to you this day that I am clear from the blood of all, for I kept not back from declaring to you all the counsel of Elohim. So this, he gathers all of the elders of this newly created assembly, and this is what he tells them. He speaks about these things, about having reproved them and all of the rest of it. He goes on and says, therefore take heed to yourselves and to all the flock among which the set apart Spirit has made you overseers. Okay, so we see the term episkopos and presbyteros used interchangeably in some places. He tells them to shepherd the assembly of Elohim, which he has purchased with his own blood. Again, you haven't got dominion over anybody if you're an overseer. You're to care for them. When they go off the path, you're to rebuke them sharply in order for them to be firm in the faith. And this will breed resentment in some people. That's just the way that it is, and we see this in our Torah portion. For I know this, that after my departure, savage wolves shall come in among you, not sparing the flock. Also, from among yourselves men shall arise, speaking distorted teachings to draw away disciples after themselves. That would be someone you could address and say, call no man teacher. They call people away after themselves as disciples, speaking distorted teachings. Therefore watch, remembering that for 3 years, night and day, I did not cease to warn each one with tears. And now, brothers, I commit you to Elohim and to the word of his favor, which is able to build you up and give you an inheritance among all those having been set apart. So that's what Paul says when he gathers the elders together and tells them how to oversee the fellowship. You then, my son, speaking to Timothy here, he says, be strong in the favor that is in Messiah Yeshua. And what you have heard from me among my many witnesses, entrust these to trustworthy men who shall be competent to teach others as well. So he's instructing Timothy, who is leader of an assembly, how to appoint other leaders, other overseers. And he says, entrust to trustworthy men, like Moshe did. Suffer hardship with us as a good soldier of Yeshua Messiah. No one serving as a soldier gets involved in the affairs of this life in order to please only him who enlisted him as a soldier, obviously Yahovah for us. And if anyone competes in a game, he is not crowned unless he competes according to the rules. Okay, so again, you need to be competing for the crown of life according to the rules. The hard-working farmer ought to be first to receive his share of the crops, as also the Torah says. Think over what I say, for the master shall give you understanding into all this. Remember that Yeshua Messiah, of the seed of David, was raised from the dead according to my good news, for which I suffer hardship as a criminal unto chains, but the word of Elohim is not chained. So I endure through it all for the sake of the chosen, so that they too obtain deliverance which is in Messiah Yeshua with everlasting esteem. Trustworthy is the word, for if we died with him, we shall also live with him. If we endure, we shall also reign with him. If we deny him, he shall also deny us. If we're not trustworthy, he remains trustworthy. It is impossible for him to deny himself. Remind them of this, earnestly witnessing before the Master not to wage verbal battles, which is useless to the overthrowing of hearers. So these are the sorts of things which overseers are to oversee. Do your utmost to present yourself approved to Elohim, a worker who does not need to be ashamed, rightly handling the word of truth. That's often translated as rightly dividing, like there's one word for dividing and then the adjective rightly is used of it, but that's not true. It's one Greek word. Rightly handling would probably be a better translation for that one Greek word. It's properly doing, rightly handling the word of truth. It doesn't mean to divide it up and choose which bit you want to do and which bit you don't. But keep away from profane, empty babblings, for they go on to more wickedness. Their word shall eat its way like gangrene. Humaneos and philetos are of this sort. Somebody once asked me what the difference between speaking negatively of somebody and speaking negatively like Paul does of people who err in the faith. Okay, if somebody is a teacher or they're leading people astray, it is not slander to say that they're doing that. Okay, we can see instances like this in the Torah where you're to execute false prophets and all the rest of it. That's not a problem. It's not slanderous to speak of somebody and say, their word that they're spreading shall eat its way like gangrene. That's not a bad thing to say. Who have missed the goal concerning the truth, saying that the resurrection has already taken place, and overthrow the belief or the faith of some. So these are people that we're to watch out for, particularly that the overseers of a church are to watch out for. People who have these profane, empty babblings, go after Jewish fables and the commands of men and all the other things that are warned about. 2 Timothy 3 says, but evil men and impostors shall go on to the worst, leading astray and being led astray. But you stay in what you've learned and trusted, having known from whom you have learned, and that from a babe you have known the set apart scriptures, which are able to make you wise for deliverance through belief in Messiah Yeshua. You will get people coming in and they will want to teach and they'll want to spread doctrine which is the commands of men, and it's Jewish fables, and it's profane, and it's empty babblings not according to the set apart scriptures. But we and overseers are to hold tight to the set apart scriptures. All scripture is breathed by Elohim, and it's profitable for teaching, for reproof, for setting straight, and for instruction in righteousness. And when somebody is a teacher of the word of Elohim, this is what they should be doing. Teaching, reproving, setting people straight on things that they misunderstand, and instructing them in righteousness. The man of Elohim might be fitted, equipped for every good work. That's the purpose of a shepherd and a teacher, to equip the body in those things. Ephesians 4:11-16 says, and he himself gave some as emissaries or apostles. That's a word that I would usually change in the ISR to apostles. Some as prophets, some as evangelists, and some as shepherds and teachers, for the perfecting of the set apart ones, to the work of service, to a building up of the body of Messiah, until we all come to the unity of the belief and of the knowledge of the Son of Elohim, to a perfect man, to the measure of the stature of the completeness of Messiah. So this is what shepherds or pastors and teachers and overseers should be doing, so that we should no longer be children tossed and borne about by every wind of teaching, by the trickery of men, in cleverness unto the craftiness of leading astray. People will get these kind of strange ideas in their head, and they'll hear people teaching about these ideas, and because they are not as equipped as somebody who is supposed to be in a leadership position with the word of Elohim, and has not been put in that position in the body by Elohim for that purpose specifically, they get led astray by various ideas. These things are not profitable for them. These are winds of teaching, or winds of doctrine, as that word can be translated. And people kind of go off into fanciful things, and people are ignorant of the word of Elohim. They might know some of it really well, but in some things they're ignorant of it, and they get romanticized. They romanticize these things. They get seduced and led astray by them, but these things are actually ultimately not of any profit at all. So the leadership that he puts in position are to stop people from being tossed and borne about by every wind of teaching. Okay, when these gusts of teaching come in, people get confused about them. By the trickery of men, cleverness of men, they think these things sound reasonable. That's why the leadership is there. But maintaining the truth in love, we grow up in all respects into him who is the head, Messiah. We are conformed to the image of Yeshua, from whom the entire body, joined and knitted together by what every joint supplies. Okay, he's the head, and every part of his body supplies something different. We're not to covet being another part of the body. I don't covet whatever role in the body. I don't think I should be doing something else. I would prefer it if I was like this. I prefer it if my job was to do this. I prefer it if I didn't have to do that. I don't do that. I understand what's being said here. The entire body is joined and knit together by what every joint of the body provides, according to the working by which each part does its share. If your covetousness of another role in the body, or if you don't think your role in the body is good enough, so you think I am therefore not the body, you're missing the entire point. It causes the growth of the body for the building up of itself in love. Teachers and overseers, they are a tiny part of that, and they're there to facilitate this, and they allow other parts of the body in some instances to fulfill their roles in the body. Hebrews 13:7-9 says, remember those leading you who spoke the word of Elohim to you. Consider the outcome of their way of life and imitate their belief. As we saw, they are there to be good examples of the faith. Okay, so that people can see what it is to walk by the word. Yeshua Messiah is the same yesterday and today and forever. Do not be borne about by various and strange teachings. Okay, those who are leading you are to stop that from happening. You've got an idea in your head about some kind of doctrine. The lunar Sabbath one is a common one which comes up. You go to the leadership and you say, what about these scriptures here? Can you please explain it to me? But these various and strange teachings, it says it's good for the heart to be established by favor or grace, not with foods which have not profited those who have been occupied with them. It doesn't profit people to be occupied by various and strange teachings and to go and collect a collage of strange teachings. What profits people is to be taught the word of Elohim, to do the Torah, to act kindly to one another, to be taught about what faith is, to be warned when you're going off the path, to be reproved when in sin. All of those things are profitable. These various and strange doctrines are not profitable. They bring no profit to people. 2 Timothy 4:1-4 says, in the sight of Elohim and the Master Yeshua Messiah. Remember, this is all one letter. He's telling him about the people who should be in leadership and how to be in leadership himself. In the sight of Elohim and the Master Yeshua Messiah, who shall judge the living and the dead that is appearing in his kingdom, I earnestly charge you. Proclaim the word, be urgent, in season, out of season, reprove, warn, appeal with all patience and teaching. For there shall be a time when they shall not bear sound teaching, but according to their own desires they shall heap up for themselves teachers tickling the ear. And they shall indeed turn their ears away from the truth and be turned aside to myths. And regrettably, this is what some people do. When they're reproved, when they're rebuked, they decide that they will not listen to leadership. What they will do instead is to gather to themselves teachers who are pleasing to them. Very much like what the Israelites did when they said to each other, let us appoint a leader and let us turn back to Mitzrayim. We don't like the leaders that Yahovah has put in place, so we're going to go back to Mitzrayim, having appointed our own leaders into place. Deuteronomy 17, 8-12 is the proper attitude towards leaders when you have a disagreement with something that they say. It says, when any matter arises which is too hard, the word is pala, okay, the word is much more, it has much more scope than just being too hard or too difficult. It's kind of like, which is wonderful, too much for you to judge. Okay, so if it's, for example, something in the word that you're not familiar with, for you to judge between blood and blood, between play and play, or between stroke and stroke, matters of strife within your gates. Because when it comes down to it, sometimes you're going to have two or more parties that are opposed to each other, and they cannot come to an agreement on a matter. So it's too difficult to be decided. Okay, there's no agreement to be had there. Then you shall rise and go up to the place which Jehovah your Elohim chooses, and shall come to the priests, the Levites, and to the judge who is in those days, for us, to the overseer of the assembly. For a lot of people, they don't have an assembly with an overseer, and they think that that is a good thing. They think it's better for them, because then they are not under anyone's authority, because they don't like that. They would rather be in that position or to not have that position as a part of the body at all. But this, as we can see, is a vital part of the body. It's important for people to have this available to them. They shall inquire, and they shall declare to you the word of justice. So they tell you what the word of Elohim says. You shall do according to their word which they declare to you, from that place which Yahovah chooses, and you shall guard to do according to all that they instruct you. Do according to the Torah which they teach you, according to the justice which they say to you. You do not turn to the right or to the left from the word which they declare to you. And this is something that people have a real difficulty with doing, because they don't like people having authority, especially not in the body. They think that they should be the authority, that they should hear directly from the Holy Spirit, and that they should then be that governing authority in their own lives. And we've had this happen at the fellowship. We've had issues where we've declared what the Torah is. People have been unhappy. They've been asked to leave, and then they gathered to themselves teachers having itching ears. They chose leaders for themselves, and they went off to continue in disobedience rather than to repent and to follow the teaching of the overseers, the elders, the shepherds. So at this point, again, I would invite people to look within yourself to see if this has ever been a part of you in your own walk. Okay, because none of us are infallible. I've had this sort of feeling about authority previously in my life, and after reading the word, I've realized that I have to do what authorities say, even the authorities of the Gentile nations, and I've brought myself into conformity with that. So I would invite people to consider what's being said here, and consider that these people are not put in this position to have dominion over you. They're put in this position actually to help you and to edify the body And there's always going to be a case where you might have a disagreement with a brother and you take it to the overseer of the fellowship. In that case, one of you will always think that the overseer's decision is wrong. But that overseer has to have the authority to make that decision. And you have to listen to the decision of that overseer as well, because that's the way that these things work and go forward. Judges were appointed in the same way to do the same thing. One party is always going to disagree, but that disagreement is not sufficient in and of itself to not listen to what has been declared. The man who acts arrogantly so as to not listen to the priest who stands to serve there before Yahovah your Elohim, or to the judge, that man shall die. So you shall purge the evil from Israel. If you have a disagreement with somebody who is in authority about something, the right thing to do is to take the matter to them and to discuss the matter with them. There's absolutely no problem with doing that. There is a problem, though, with us rejecting authority and saying, I don't want any authority in my life. I don't want the body of Messiah to work in the way it was designed to work, and I'm not going to listen to anybody else apart from what Yahovah himself directly says to me through the Spirit. James 3 verse 1 says, not many of you should become teachers, my brothers, knowing that we shall receive greater judgment, because you've got to be able to go to a teacher and to receive the word. If it's a reproof, it's a reproof, but it has to be the word of Elohim, and they have to instruct the body correctly. People all seem to want to be teachers, or at least they don't want any other person to have any kind of authority in the body. They would rather take that for themselves. Numbers 16 verse 3 says, they assembled against Moshe and against Aharon and said to them, enough of you, for all the congregation is holy, all of them, and Yahovah is in their midst. Why then do you lift yourselves above the assembly of Yahovah? So they looked at the leadership. They looked at, they wanted different positions than the positions that Moses had related to them, that Yahovah had given to them. And so they said, all of the congregation is holy, and you have lifted yourself up above the congregation. It's not what Moshe was doing, and it's not what leaders in the assembly are doing, unless they're doing it wrong, unless they're not proistemiing, and instead they are kuriuoing over them. They're having dominion over people. Then that person has exalted themselves, like the scribes and the Pharisees. But when you're looking for good leadership, you're looking for people who humble themselves and serve the body and build up the body, encourage the body, bring reproof when reproof is needed, exhort people, maybe be the one to take unpopular decisions, be the one to say things, to point out sin to people, but the whole purpose in doing it has to be to care for and to look after, to shepherd and to protect the body. In Numbers 12, 2-3, we see another example of this sort of mindset. It says, they said, has Yahovah spoken only through Moshe? Has he not also spoken through us? And Yahovah heard it. And the man Moshe was very humble, more than all men who were on the face of the earth. And it's not about Yahovah not being able to speak to other people. It's about those members of the body having that position, and a real configuration that needs to take place in the body of Messiah is their attitude towards overseers, elders, teachers, people who are supposed to have authority, because that is something which brings benefit in their lives. You see very few assemblies with that structure in place, and what you tend to see in them, from my very limited experience, is arguments, people coming in with strange doctrines, with Jewish fables and this, that and the other, maybe the Kabbalah, maybe this, maybe that. And that when you don't have that person who's there to stop that, they're the things which we have warning from the scripture about. Jude 10-11 says, "But these blaspheme that which they do not know, and that which they know naturally, like unreasoning beasts. In these they corrupt themselves. Woe to them, because they've gone in the way of Cain. They gave themselves to the delusion of Balaam for a reward, and they've perished in the rebellion of Korah." And all of that is from misunderstanding why doing things Yehovah's way is the right way to do it. And they speak against the name of the people, or they speak against Yehovah's name in speaking against those things which they do not understand, instead of trusting in Yehovah. So, to sum up, the overseers of fellowships, they need to declare the word and teach the good news. Teach sound doctrine and give instruction in righteousness. Discern false doctrine and shield the congregation from various winds of doctrine. You must be able to patiently instruct and teach in all of those matters. They need to be able to warn people of potential dangers in their own lives or their walks or whatever it is with the word. Reprove those in sin, and if necessary, remove them. Hear witnesses and judge matters of division or sin between brethren. Serve the body in these matters rather than rule over it. They're to be servants, and they're to do all of this for the care and the protection of the body. So this is how they are supposed to be. Okay, they're to be shepherds, and they're to look after the flock. They're to show them the way. They're to lead and go before the flock and say, "Come this way." Occasionally, when the sheep stray, reproof may need to be brought. And the example that is commonly given is the shepherd who breaks the sheep's leg, who keeps going astray and will not go where the shepherd says. Breaks the sheep's leg, but then he doesn't just leave the sheep and go, "Ha, serves you right." He puts the sheep on his shoulder so that he directly benefits the sheep, and he carries the sheep with him, and he looks after the sheep on a much more intimate basis. When there is danger, the shepherd is there to protect the flock as well and see off the danger. Some shepherds go after these false teachings, they lead people astray, and they are in fact wolves. And they're often wolves that people will gather to themselves in order to have their ears tickled. But we are to call no man teacher, no man shepherd, no man leader, okay, because we have one who is our leader, Messiah. But he has a body, and part of his body are teachers, leaders, and overseers. So where we were up to is verse 4 of Leviticus 10. We've just had the incident with Nadav and Abihu. And it says, Moshe called to Mishael and Elzaphan, sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aharon, and said to them, "Come near, draw near," remember where they are, "take your brothers from before the set-apart place," or in the presence of Yehovah, the set-apart place, out of the camp. So they came near, they drew near, and took them by their long shirts out of the camp, as Moshe had said. And Moshe said to Aharon and to Eleazar and to Ithamar his sons, "Do not unbind your heads, nor tear your garments, lest you die, and wrath come upon all the people. But let your brothers, all the house of Israel, bewail the burning which Yehovah has kindled. And do not go out from the door of the tent of meeting, lest you die, for the anointing oil of Yahovah is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moshe. So Moshe here is showing us something that leaders in the body might need to do. Okay, they might need to say, okay, do these things. This is not what Yahovah told them to do directly. This is just Moshe as leader saying what to do in the situation. Then we see Yahovah speaking to Aharon, and he says, do not drink wine or strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when you go into the tent of meeting, lest you die, a law forever throughout your generations. So as to make a distinction between the set apart, the Kodesh, and the profane, the Chol, and between the unclean, the Tamai, and the clean, the Tahor. This is something which is very important. It's in fact largely what we're going to be looking at in this part. This is what Yahovah's priests are to do. And to teach the children of Israel all the laws which Yahovah has spoken to them by the hand of Moshe. Okay, so these are the roles. Teach, discern between the set apart and the profane, the unclean and the clean. This is what Yahovah's leadership is supposed to do. Problem is, this is not what Yahovah's leadership either did nor does in part today. People are obviously being called back to follow the Torah at this particular juncture in time. But large parts of those calling themselves his people do not know what these things are, nor do they regard them. Leviticus 13:43-44 gives us an example of how the priests were to discern between the clean and the unclean. It says, and the priest shall look at it and see if the swelling of the infection is reddish white on his bald head or on his bald forehead, as the appearance of leprosy on the skin of the body. He is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him unclean. Without fail, his infection is on his head. So this is a great example of how the priests were called to make a distinction between the clean and the unclean. And a couple of years ago in Torah portion Tazria Metzorah, I went through how all these instructions are instructions for leadership to be able to discern whether uncleanness is merely an eruption in the flesh or whether it is something deeper in the spirit. In Haggai 2:10-14 it says, on the 24th of the 9th Chodesh, in the second year of Darius, so that is Darius, King Darius, the word of Yahovah came to Haggai the prophet, saying, thus said Yahovah Zevaot, now ask the priests concerning the Torah, saying, if one bears set apart meat in the fold of his garment, and with the edge he touches bread or stew or wine or oil or any food, is it set apart? And the priest answered and said, no. Okay, so someone's got some meat which is holy, and he puts it in his garment, and then he touches something else with his garment. Is it set apart? And the priest can answer through his knowledge of the Torah and say, no, that would not make it set apart. And Haggai said, if someone defiled by a dead body touches any of these, is it defiled? And the priest answered and said, it is defiled. And Haggai answered and said, so is this people, so is this nation before me, declares Yahovah, and so is every work of their hands, and whatever they bring near, they draw near with, is defiled. So the priests are called upon. Tell us what the Torah says in this matter. Okay, is it set apart by this? No, that's not what the Torah says. Is it defiled by this? Yes. So this is very much the role that priests, that Levites, as teachers of his people, have in regards to all aspects of the Torah. Nehemiah 8 to 13 rather says, and they read in the book of the Torah of Elohim, explaining it to give the sense and cause them to understand the reading. Okay, so this is the Levites, and they were reading the book of the Torah, and as they were reading it, they were explaining what it meant in order to cause the people to understand it. And Nehemiah, who was the governor, Ezra the priest, the scribe, and the Levites who taught the people, said to all the people, this day is set apart to Yehovah your Elohim. Do not mourn or weep. For all the people wept when they heard the words of the Torah. Then he said to them, go, eat the fat, drink the sweet, and send portions to those for whom none is prepared. For this day is set apart to our Yehovah. Do not be sad, for the joy of Yehovah is your strength. And the Levites were silencing all the people, saying, hush, for the day is set apart. Do not be sad. Okay, so this is what we were saying before with the idea that they're to encourage with the word, that the teachers are to encourage with the word as well as to reprove. And all the people went to eat and to drink and to send portions and make a great rejoicing, because they understood the words that were made known to them through the teachers explaining it to them. And on the second day, the heads of the fathers' houses of all the people, with the priests and the Levites, were gathered to Ezra the scribe in order to study the words of the Torah. So we can see some of the roles that they were to have. This is part of this discerning the clean from the unclean, and this is how a Levite and a priest is to operate. But Zephaniah 3:1-4 lets us know that that was not the case largely with Yehovah's people. It says, woe to her who is rebellious and defiled, the oppressing city. She did not obey the voice, she did not accept instruction, she did not trust in Yehovah, she did not draw near to her Elohim. Her rulers in her midst are roaring lions, her judges are evening wolves. They shall leave no bone until morning. Her prophets are reckless, treacherous men. Her priests have profaned the set-apart place, and they have done violence to the Torah. So these people were put in place in order to explain the Torah, to make a difference between the clean and the unclean, the set-apart and the profane, and to explain how all of these things work together, just as his leadership today. But just as parts of his leadership today are, their leadership was no good. Okay, they did violence to the Torah. They profaned the set-apart place. They did not discern the clean and unclean, profane and holy. 1 Samuel 2:12-17 gives us a specific example. It says, the sons of Eli were sons of Belial, which is the sons of worthlessness. They did not know Yehovah. And the ruling of the priests with the people was that when any man offered a sacrifice, the priest's servant shall come with a 3-pronged flesh hook in his hand while the meat was cooking, and shall thrust it into the basin or kettle or cauldron or pot, and the priest would take for himself all that the flesh hook brought up. Thus they did in Shiloh to all the Israelites who came there. So this is obviously not the priest's portion of what was offered. There was set things that were the priests, there were set things that offered to Yehovah, and there were set things that were eaten by the people who brought the offering. Here you can see they did something different. Also, before they burn the fat, the priest's servant would come and say to the man who slaughtered, give meat for roasting to the priest, for he does not accept cooked meat from you, but raw. So they wanted the meat raw. They didn't even want the meat to have been cooked first. Again, it's against the Torah, but it benefits them. And if the man said to him, let the fat be burned up first, then take as much as your soul desires, he would answer him, no, but give it to me now, and if not, I shall take it by strength. And the sin of the young men was very great before Yehovah, for the men despised the offering of Yehovah. They lightly esteemed it. And it was obviously to the detriment of the people to have such leaders, such men who were put in positions of authority. Jeremiah 2:8-10 said, the priests did not say, where is Yehovah? And those who handled the Torah did not know me. The shepherds transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied by Baal, and walked after matters that did not profit. The same things that we're told that overseers of churches should shield people from. Therefore, I still contend with you, declares Yehovah, and with your children's children I contend. For pass beyond the isles of Kittim and see, and send to Kedar, and observe well, and see if there has been any like this. Has a nation changed its gods which are not gods? But my people have changed my esteem for that which does not profit. Okay, and this is all under the governance of the shepherds who were transgressing, the prophets prophesying by Baal. This is what happens to the state of the people. Lamentations 4:1-16 says, how dim the gold has become, the fine gold changed. The stones of the set apart place are scattered at the head of every street. The precious sons of Sion who were weighed against fine gold, how they have been reckoned as clay pots, the work of the hands of the potter. Even jackals have presented their breasts, they have nursed their young. The daughter of my people has become as cruel as ostriches in the wilderness. The tongue of the infant has clung to the roof of its mouth for thirst. Children ask for bread, no one breaks it for them. Those who ate delicacies have been laid waste in the streets. Those who were brought up in scarlet have embraced dunghills. So what Yehovah did is he brought Israel out of Egypt, and he set them in place with great abundance and finery, and they were a jewel to the nations. However, those who were brought up with abundance have been laid waste in the streets. The iniquity of the daughter of my people is greater than the punishment of the sin of Sodom, which was overthrown in a moment, and no hands were wrung over her. Her Nazarites were brighter than snow, and whiter than milk, more ruddy in body than rubies. They're cut like sapphire. So Israel and how they were to Yehovah was as something that was glorious. Their appearance has become blacker than soot. They have become unrecognized in the streets. Their skin has shriveled on their bones. It has become dry. It has become as wood. Better off were those pierced by the sword than those pierced by hunger, for these pine away, pierced through for the lack of fruits in the field. So it'd even be better if you were killed by the sword than to starve to death in the cities. The hands of the compassionate women have boiled their own children. They became food for them in the destruction of the daughter of my people. Yehovah has completed his wrath. He has poured out his burning displeasure, and he kindled a fire in Sion, and it consumed her foundations. The kings of the earth did not believe, nor any of the inhabitants of the world, that an adversary and an enemy would enter the gates of Jerusalem. It was because of the sins of her prophets, the iniquities of her priests, who shed in her midst the blood of the righteous. They staggered blind in the streets. They have defiled themselves with blood, so that no one was able to touch their garments. They shouted at them, away, unclean, away, away, touch not, when they fled and staggered. And they said, among the Gentiles, they shall stay no longer. The face of Yehovah scattered them. He no longer regards them. They showed no respect for the priests, nor favor to the elders. Ezekiel 7 says, and the word of Yehovah came to me, saying, and you, son of man, this is what the Master Yehovah said to the land of Israel, the end has come upon the four corners of the land. Now the end is upon you, and I shall send my displeasure against you, and judge you according to your ways, and repay you for all your abominations. My eye shall not pardon you, nor would I spare, for I repay your ways with abominations are in your midst, and you shall know that I am Yehovah. Thus said the Master Yehovah, calamity and only calamity, look, it has come. An end has come. The end has come. It has awakened against you. Look, it has come. And came upon them suddenly. They didn't think that this would ever happen to them. The turn has come to you, O inhabitants of the land. The time has come. A day of uproar is near. and not of rejoicing in the mountains. Soon I shall pour out my wrath, and shall complete my displeasure upon you, and shall judge you according to your ways, and repay you for all your abominations. And my eye shall not pardon, nor would I spare. I give you according to your ways, while your abominations are in your midst. And you shall know that I am Yehovah who smites. See the day, see it has come. The turn has come, the rod has blossomed, pride has budded. The violence has grown into a rod of wrongdoing. There is none of them, and none of its crowd, and none of their riches, and none eminent among them. The time has come, and the day has arrived. Let not the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourn, for wrath is on all its crowd. For the seller shall not return to what has been sold, though they are still alive. For the vision is for all its crowd. It shall not turn back, and because of his iniquity, no one holds fast to his life. They have blown the trumpet, and all is prepared, but no one goes to battle, for my wrath is on all its crowd. The sword is outside, and the pestilence, and the scarcity of food inside. I think that these are very interesting words, considering the times that we're living in, considering that disease and sickness and all these sorts of things are ultimately in Yehovah's hand. Okay, the pestilence is outside, and scarcity of food, and that's not me saying that I think that the coronavirus is a judgment from Yehovah or anything like that. But what I am saying is that people should use this as an opportunity to reflect. People take great security in things like, oh, the supermarkets will always have food, and this will always be this way, and this will always be that way. But things can change in an instant, and those things upon which people rely when they're walking in disobedience to Yehovah, thinking that things are always going to be like that, and actually it's fine, I don't have the consequences of my actions for a long time, maybe I'll repent before I die, or whatever else. Those things can change instantly. The people of Israel did not think that things would just change on them suddenly. They were used to living with abundance, with Yehovah's blessing, and he was patient with them for a time. So what I would say is to use this as an opportunity to understand through experience the way that things can be. And this is really minor. This is just us being asked to stay in our homes and some of the shelves not having goods on them. But things could get a lot worse, given something just a little bit worse. Coronavirus, people feel quite safe walking around outside if they just wish to flout what they've been asked to do. They feel quite safe walking outside. But if this was some kind of wasting disease that once you were infected, you wasted away in very short order, people would be scared of going out, and the world would become a terrifying place. It would be the same world that we were all used to living in day to day and used to relying on. But it's like the Israelites who would rely on Egypt and thought that they were safe in the shadow of Egypt and that no invader could come against them. And of course that turned out to be wrong. He who is in the field dies by the sword, and he who is in the city, scarcity of food and pestilence devour him. While they who escape of them shall escape and be on the mountains like doves of the valley, all of them mourning, each for his iniquity. And that's how it would be. Okay, it would be too late to think that we could just turn back to Yehovah. We would cry out to Yehovah, but he says, if you do not listen to my reproof, don't listen to my counsel, then I will laugh when your calamity comes. Okay, the time is now to examine yourself and where you're at in your standing with Yehovah. And maybe you're fine in your standing with Yehovah. I don't know. That's great. If you're in a good place with Yehovah, that's exactly where you want to be. Verse 17 says, all hands go limp and all knees become as water. And they shall gird on sackcloth and be covered with trembling, and shame shall be on every face, and baldness on all their heads. They throw their silver into the streets, and their gold becomes as filth. Nothing has any value. Food might have value, but nothing that we've previously put value in. Their silver and their gold is unable to deliver them in the day of the wrath of Yahovah. They do not satisfy their appetite nor fill their stomachs, because it has been their stumbling block of iniquity. And the splendor of his ornaments, he set it in excellency, but they made from it the images of their abominations and their disgusting matters. Therefore I shall make it like filth to them. So he gave them all of these blessings, and they didn't, in their blessings, reverence Yahovah. They didn't see his blessings as a reason to love him more. What they did is they took those blessings and they used it as a way to transgress against him, as if he didn't exist, as if, I'll just use the blessing of my job to go to work on the Sabbath. I'll use the blessing of the house that he's given me to be an excuse to go to work on the Sabbath so that I don't lose my job, or whatever it looks like. And I shall give it for a prey into the hands of the strangers, and to the wrong of the earth for a spoil, and they shall profane it. And I shall turn my face from them, and they shall profane my secret place, for destroyers shall enter it and profane it. Make a chain, for the land has been filled with crimes of blood, and the city has been filled with violence. And I shall bring the evil ones of the Gentiles, and they shall possess their houses, and I shall cause the pride of the strong to cease, and their set apart places shall be profaned. All this beauty, all this splendor I've given to them, it will be profaned, and it will be profaned by evil men. Destruction shall come, and they shall seek peace, they shall seek shalom, but there is none. Calamity upon calamity shall come, and report upon report, and they shall seek a vision from a prophet, but the teaching is perished from the priest, and counsel from the elders. Now is the time to listen to the word of Elohim. Now is the time, not when things all go terribly wrong. He used this as a taste to see, well, what if all of this did all fall apart? Maybe I would wish that I had listened to a word of reproof when it was given. Let the king mourn and the prince put on despair, and let the hands of the common people tremble, and I shall deal with them according to their way, and judge them with their own judgments, and they shall know that I am Yahovah. Jeremiah 2 says, for of old you have broken your yoke and tore of your bonds, and you say, I am not serving you, while on every high hill and under every green tree you lay down a whore. Yet I have planted you a choice vine, with all of it a true seed. How then you have turned before me into the degenerate plant of a strange vine. Although you wash yourself with lye and use much soap, yet your iniquity is ingrained before me, declares the Master Yahovah. I was thinking when I read that, actually, when I take a shower and I pray in the shower, when I'm washing myself, I always pray to Yahovah and thank him that he's given us a way to become clean before him. How do you say, I am not defiled? I have not gone after the Baals. See your way in the valley. Know what you have done, a swift dromedary breaking loose in her ways. So how do you say that you didn't go after the Baals? Look at what you're actually doing. Don't tell me that you worship me, or you don't worship Baal, you don't go after worthlessness. Look at what you actually do. A wild donkey used to the wilderness, sniffing the wind in the desire of her being, in her time of mating, who turns her away. All those who seek her need not weary themselves. In her mouth they find her. Keep your foot from being bare and your throat from thirst. But you said, it is useless, because I love strangers and I go after them. It reminds me of when people say, I can't do whatever it is. Like, keep your foot from being bare and your throat from thirst. And people say, no, I can't. It's useless. I love strangers. I love pornography. I love whatever it is. After them I go. As the thief is ashamed when he is found out, so is the house of Israel ashamed, they and their kings and their heads and their priests and their prophets. Because what we're going to see as we continue through these scriptures is that her priests, her leaders, her rulers all went astray. None of them discerned between the clean and the unclean, the holy and the profane, those things which they should have been worshipping and those things which they shouldn't. And they were led astray, and they were led astray in their own desires to do these things. Saying to a tree, you are my father, and to a stone you gave birth to me. For they turn their back to me, and not their face. But in the time of their calamity, they say, arise and save us. But where are your gods that you have made for yourselves? Let them arise. See if they save you in the time of your calamity, because your gods have become as your many cities, O Yehudah. So the things that people had in their lives that they set above Yehovah, the things that they ascribed worship to, none of them were there, obviously, to save them in the time of calamity. And there is nothing that can be done to save you by something that you have falsely put worship and adoration and your time into. Whatever those addictions are, whatever those false idols are that people have. Why do you complain to me? You all have transgressed against me, declares Yehovah. In vain I've smitten your children. They receive no instruction. Your sword has devoured your prophets like a destroying lion. O generation, see the word of Yehovah. Have I been a wilderness to Israel, or a land of darkness? Why do my people say we have broken loose? We come to you no more. Would a maiden forget her ornaments, or a bride her headband? Yet my people have forgotten me, days without number. Okay, so their priests and their prophets were all leading them astray. But they did have good prophets who came to them, who warned them, you're going the wrong way. If you continue in this, Yehovah has said that he will smite you. But they did not want to hear from those prophets, and they put them to death by the sword. Why do you embellish your way to seek love? Therefore you have even taught evil women your ways. Even on your skirts is found the blood of the lives of the poor innocents. You did not find them breaking in, but in spite of all these, you say, because I am innocent, certainly his displeasure has turned from me. See, I shall bring judgment on you, because you have said I have not sinned. Why do you go about so much to change your way? Even of Mitzrayim you are to be ashamed, as you are ashamed of Ashur. Even from this one you shall go forth, with your hands on your head, for Yehovah has rejected those you trust, and you shall not prosper by them. Ezekiel 22. Son of man, the house of Israel has become dross to me. All of them are bronze and tin and iron and lead. In the midst of a furnace they have become dross of silver. Therefore thus said the Master Yehovah, because all of you have become dross, therefore see, I am gathering you into the midst of Yerushalayim, as they gather silver and bronze and iron and lead and tin into the midst of a furnace to blow fire on it, to melt it. So I gather you in my displeasure and my wrath, and I shall blow and melt you. And I shall gather you and blow on you with the fire of my wrath, and you shall be melted in its midst. As silver is melted in the midst of a furnace, so you are melted in its midst. And you shall know that I, Yehovah, have poured out my wrath on you. And the word of Yehovah came to me, saying, Son of man, say to her, you are a land that is not cleansed or rained upon in the day of displeasure. There is a conspiracy of her prophets in her midst, like a roaring lion tearing the prey. They've devoured life. They've taken wealth and precious matters. They have made many widows in her midst. And as I spoke about before, Yehovah gives good leadership to people who are good. He gives bad leadership to people who are bad. These people, they wanted to gather teachers to themselves having itching ears, gather the prophets to themselves having itching ears, prophesy to us smooth things, prophesy to us shalom, shalom, when there is no shalom. Her priests have done violence to my teaching. They profane my set apart. That's all it says. It doesn't say matters. It's just my holy. They profane my holy. They have not distinguished between the set apart and profane, nor have they made known the difference between the unclean and the clean. And they have hidden their eyes from my Sabbaths, and I am profaned in their midst. Look at what's important to him. Okay? His holy, the clean from the unclean, his Sabbaths. Look at what his leadership lead people astray in. Even today, his leadership lead people astray in these things. Her leaders in her midst are like wolves, tearing the prey to shed blood, to destroy lives and to get greedy gain. And her prophets have coated them with whitewash, seeing a false vision and divining a lie for them, saying, "Thus said the Master Yehovah," when Yehovah had not spoken. The people of the land have practiced oppression and committed robbery and have wronged the poor and needy, and they oppressed the stranger without justice. And I sought for a man among them who would make a wall and stand in the breach before me on behalf of the land, that I should not destroy it. But I did not find one. Therefore I have poured out my displeasure on them. I have consumed them with the fire of my wrath, and have put their way on their own head, declares the Master Yehovah. I want to read this book, because this book is an excellent example of a good prophet who came to Israel, who speaks to Israel right now. Israel who are doing the same things right now. Some of Israel. I'm not talking about all people by any stretch of the imagination. And we'll look, in fact, at that idea of feeling like it's just you. We're the only righteous ones left on the earth. It's only us here at the Way Biblical Fellowship who teach righteousness, or whatever else, however else people can think, because that's not correct. The book of Malachi. The message of the word of Yehovah to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, said Yehovah. But you asked, in what way have you loved us? Was not Esav Yaakov's brother, declares Yehovah, and I love Yaakov. We know the difference between Esav and Yaakov. Esav wanted the things that brought him comfort, and he was prepared to even sell his inheritance, his birthright, to get them. Whereas Yaakov, when he was faced with things that he didn't like, if Yehovah had told him to do them, he wrestled with it, and then he went and did them. But I have hated Esav, and have laid waste his mountains and his inheritance for the jackals of the wilderness. If Edom says, we have been beaten down, let us return and build the ruins, Yehovah Sevaot said thus, let them build, but I tear down. They shall be called border of wrongness, and the people against whom Yehovah is enraged forever. And your eyes shall see, and you shall say, great is Yehovah beyond the border of Israel. A son esteems his father, gives weight to his father, honor and esteem. A servant his master. And if I am the father, where's my esteem? Call no man father over me. If I am a master, where is my fear? Said Yehovah Zebaoth. To you priests who despise my name. But you asked, in what way have we despised your name? How have we lightly esteemed you? You are presenting defiled food on my altar, but you asked, in what way have we defiled you? Because you say the table of Yehovah is despicable. Just like those sons of Eli who went and they were taking the meat that they decided that they want, and people who offer offerings that they think should be acceptable, and they look at what Yehovah asked for and they say, yeah, maybe not, maybe we'll actually do it like this. Okay, because don't forget, we are priests. I'm not talking about anybody in a leadership position. I'm talking about us as his holy nation. We serve in the tabernacle of the Ruach. Here his priests are criticized for offering defiled food. When you present the blind as a sacrifice, is it not evil? Or whatever you want to present instead of what has been asked for. And when you present the lame and sick, is it not evil? Bring it then to your governor. Would he be pleased with you? Would he accept you favorably? Said Yehovah Sabaoth. You wouldn't do it to your boss. You wouldn't bring something that you knew wasn't what had been asked for. Like, oh, this will do. This is what I think the boss should want. So this is what I'm going to give to him. And now entreat the face of Ale to show favor to us. This has been done by your hands. Would he show favor to you? Said Yehovah Sabaoth. Who among you would shut the doors, so that you would not kindle fire on my altar for naught? I have no pleasure in you, said Yehovah Sabaoth, nor do I accept an offering from your hands. Why would he? Why would we think that he would? For from the rising of the sun even to its going down, my name is great among the nations, and in every place incense is presented to my name, and a clean offering, for my name is great among the nations, said Yehovah Sabaoth. But you are profaning me, in that you say the table of Yehovah is defiled, and its fruit, its food, is despicable. You don't want to eat what's on the table of Yehovah. And you said, oh, what weariness, and you sneered at it, said Yehovah Sabaoth. Question yourself. I'll question myself. Have you ever said this of the things that Yehovah asks us to do? Like Korach, when he gave his example of the poor widow who planted the field, and then Moses came and he asked for this, and then Aaron came and he asked for that, and you sneer at it and you say, oh, what weariness. And you brought in plunder and the lame and the sick as offerings instead of what has been asked for. Thus you have brought in the offering. Should I accept this now from your hand? Said Yehovah. But cursed be the deceiver who has a male in his flock and makes a vow, but is sacrificing to Yehovah what is blemished. You have to bring the best of your flock. If you've got a male, you bring the male. You make a vow to Yehovah, you don't offer him the best, you offer him what has blemishes on. For I am a great king, said Yehovah Sabaoth, and my name is feared among the nations. And now, O priests, this command is for you. If you do not hear, and if you do not take it to heart to give esteem to my name, said Yehovah Sabaoth, I shall send the curse upon you, and I shall curse your blessings. And indeed I have cursed them, because you did not take it to heart. See, I shall rebuke your seed and scatter dung before your faces, the dung of your festivals, and you shall be taken away with it. Doesn't matter if you're doing Sukkot or if you're doing Passover or whatever it is. If the offerings that you bring are not in accordance with what Yehovah asks for, and you're trying to change it and you're trying to do it all your own way and think, well, this should be acceptable service. Just like the priests who are being rebuked here, we as priests are rebuked for exactly the same thing. Consider, would I do the same to somebody who is in authority in my life that I actually respect and fear, like a boss or like the police? The police asked you to do something and they had the force of law behind them. Would you do it or would you not? And you shall know that I have sent this command to you as being my covenant with Levi, said Yehovah Sabaoth. My covenant with him was life and peace. Exactly the same for us. Those who walk after the Spirit, walk after the Torah of life and peace. And I gave them to him to fear, and he feared me and stood in awe of my name. The Torah of truth was in his mouth, and unrighteousness was not found on his lips. He walked with me in shalom, in straightness, and turned many away from iniquity. That is how a priest should act. That is how the leadership of Yehovah should act. They should be turning people away from wrongdoing to doing what is correct. The lips of a priest should guard knowledge. They should seek the Torah from his mouth, for he is the messenger of Yehovah Sevaot. Same with your overseers, your shepherds, etc. Those people are people that others should be able to come to and seek the Torah and know what is said in the word and how they can bring themselves in accordance with walking in the ways of Yehovah. But you have turned from the way. You have caused many to stumble in the Torah. You have corrupted the covenant of Levi, said Yehovah Zebaot. And regrettably, many teachers in the body of Messiah, many of those who teach our brothers and sisters, do not teach them the Torah. Don't teach them the difference between the clean and the unclean, the holy and the unholy, and all of those things. And they lead them astray. I shall make you despised and low before all the people, because you are not guarding my ways and are showing partiality in the Torah. Partiality in how it was applied to people, applying it different to those who are rich, to those who are poor. Also showing partiality in what bits of the Torah you do, what bits of it you don't. Do we take the parts of the meat that the Torah is said to, or do we get a flesh hook and just stick it in when it's cooking and rip off a load of flesh and take that out? They showed partiality in the Torah. They still paid some kind of respect or credence to the Torah, but not really, because they did it partially. And they trampled the rest underfoot as if it was worthless and as if they had the authority to do so. Have we not all one Father? Did not one Ale create us? Why do we act treacherously against one another to profane the covenant of the fathers? Yehudah has acted treacherously, and an abomination has been done in Yisrael and in Yerushalayim, for Yehudah has profaned what is set apart to Yehovah, which he loved, and he has married the daughter of a foreign god. In fact, what we were reading from Ezekiel before, in the book of trying to remember if it's Ezekiel 3 or Jeremiah 3. I think it might be Jeremiah 3 actually. It says that Judah was worse than Israel. At the point when the prophets are speaking to Judah, Israel has already been cast out of the land. It's Jeremiah 3:8, but he says that Judah was worse than Israel. Okay, here it's saying Yehudah has profaned what is set apart to Yehovah, which he had loved, and he's married the daughter of a foreign god. Let Yehovah cut off the tents of Yaakov, the man who does this, stirring up or answering and bringing an offering to Yehovah Sevaot. And this you have done a second time. You cover the altar of Yehovah with tears, with weeping and crying, because he no longer regards the offering, nor receives it with pleasure from your eyes. It reminds me of Esav, who sought a place for repentance with tears, but he did not turn from what he was doing. He no longer regards the offering nor receives it with pleasure from your hands. And that might be something that people don't like, might even bring them to tears, as he speaks of here. But these people find no place for repentance, so they seek it carefully with tears. And you said, why? Because Yehovah has been witness between you and the wife of your youth, against whom you have acted treacherously, although she is your companion and the wife of your covenant. And did he not make one? And he had the remnant of the Spirit. And what is the one alone? He seeks a seed of Elohim. So you shall guard your spirit, and let none act treacherously against the wife of his youth. So of course he's talking literally about them committing adultery here. Just another way in which they strayed from the Torah. For I hate divorce, says Yehovah, Elohim of Yisrael, and the one who covers his garment with cruelty, said Yehovah Zevaot. So you shall guard your spirit and not act treacherously. Have you wearied Yehovah with your words? And you have said, in what way have we wearied him? In that you say, everyone who does evil is good in the eyes of Yehovah, and he is delighting in them. Well, where is the Elohim of Mishpat, the Elohim of justice? So when people say, oh no, Elohim's pleased with this that his people are doing. They're not bringing him the offering that he wanted to. They know that they have turned their ear from listening to it. But those people are doing evil. No, they're still pleasing to him. Like when they went to the prophets asking for them to prophesy to them words of flattery, smooth words, prophesy to us deceit. See, I am sending my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. Then suddenly the master you are seeking comes to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant in whom you delight. See, he is coming, said Yehovah Zebaoth. And who is able to bear the day of his coming? And who is able to stand when he appears? For he is like the fire of a refiner and like the soap of a launderer. So this is talking to us. Okay, we are living in what the scriptures refer to as the last days. It's actually a very broad period of time, the last days. But we are the people to whom the promise of Yeshua has been made. Not that that means that we're the ones who are going to literally see him in the clouds, but we're living in what scripture calls the last days, as the apostles said that they were at the time when they were alive. Who is able to bear the day of his coming? Who is able to stand when he appears? For he is like the fire of a refiner and like the soap of a launderer. And he shall sit as a refiner and as a cleanser of silver, and he shall cleanse the sons of Levi and refine them as gold and silver, and they shall belong to Yehovah, bringing near an offering in righteousness. That word Nagash is synonymous with Karav. Then shall the offering of Yehudah and Yerushalayim be pleasant to Yehovah, as in the days of old, as in former years. And I shall draw near to you for mishpat, for justice, and I shall be a swift witness against the practices of witchcraft, and against adulterers, and against them that swear to falsehood, and against those who oppress the wage earner in his wages, widows and the fatherless, and those who turn away a sojourner and do not fear me. It's interesting the things that Yehovah finds particularly of value and finds particularly displeasing when people don't do. He who oppresses a wage earner in his wages. For I am Yehovah, I shall not change, and you, O sons of Yaakov, shall not come to an end. From the days of your fathers you have turned aside from my laws, from my chukim, my statutes, and did not guard them. Turn back to me, and I shall turn back to you, said Yehovah Zebaoth. But you said, in what shall we turn back? Would a man rob Elohim? Yet you are robbing me. But you said, in what have we robbed you? In the tithe and in the offering. In our spiritual offerings also, which we offer to Yehovah. You have cursed me with a curse. You are robbing me, this nation, all of it. Bring all the tithes into the storehouse, and let there be food in my house. Please prove me in this, said Yehovah Zebaoth, whether I do not open for you the windows of the heavens, and shall pour out for you a boundless blessing. Okay, so this is said to those who are living in their last days. And we know that part of this rejection of leadership and rejection of the structure which he puts in place is often this rejection of giving him his tithe. The tithe was never given to the Levites. Yehovah asked you to give a tithe to him. And remember that. You say, well, we don't know who the Levites are. I think I pretty conclusively showed who the people who are serving as Levites are today. But even if that's how you believe, the tithe is owed to Yehovah. Don't rob him of what needs to be given to him. And I shall rebuke the devourer for you, so that it does not destroy the fruit of the ground, nor does the vine fail to bear fruit for you in the field, said Yehovah Zebaoth. He's always saying this, isn't he? He's always saying, If only my people would do the things that I've said, and they would see how much I would increase their abundance to them, increase their blessing to them. If only they had understood, and then I would have filled their mouths. And all nations shall call you blessed, for you shall be a land of delight, said Yehovah Zebaoth. Your words have been harsh against me, said Yehovah, but you have said, what have we spoken against you? You have said, it is worthless to serve Elohim. In whatever regard it is, people, if they don't think it's going to benefit them, or they don't think that it's something that they should be doing, you say it's worthless to serve Elohim. What gain? What did we gain when we guarded this charge and when we walked as mourners before Yehovah Zebaoth? What good is it when we do the word faithfully? And now we are calling to the proud blessed. Not only are the wrongdoers of wrongness built up, but they also try Elohim and escape. So that's how they view people who don't do what Elohim asks. They think they profit themselves more than we would profit ourselves by bending the knee before him and doing the things that he's asked. The ones who don't do that, they're blessed. Then shall those who fear Yehovah speak to one another, and Yehovah listen and hear, and a book of remembrance be written before him of those who fear Yehovah and those who think upon his name. Okay, so the people who think there's no profit in doing that are wrong. They think that there's more profit in not serving him. But Yehovah has a book of remembrance for those who fear him. They shall be mine, said Yehovah Zebaoth, and what greater profit could there be than that? On the day that I prepared a treasured possession, and I shall spare them as a man spares his own son who serves him. Then you shall again see the difference between the righteous and the wrong, between the one who serves Elohim and one who does not serve him. It says in Ecclesiastes that because they don't see the outcome of their sin, essentially, immediately they think that they have escaped from it. But he's saying, again you will see the difference between the righteous and the wrong, the one who serves him and the one who does not serve him. And the consequences will seem quite stark. For look, the day has come burning like a furnace, and all the proud and every wrongdoer shall be stubble. And the day that shall come shall burn them up, said Yehovah Zebaoth, which leaves to them neither root nor branch. And as I said, you don't want to wait until everything is stubble. You don't want to wait until there's scarcity of food and people are dying by the sword and by the pestilence. Don't want to wait until that point to cry out to Yehovah. But to you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness shall arise with healing in his wings, and you shall go out and leap for joy like calves from the stall. And you shall trample the wrongdoers, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. On the day that I do this, said Yehovah Zebaoth, remember the Torah of Moshe my servant, which I commanded him in Horeb, for all Israel, laws and justices. See, I am sending you Eliah the prophet before the coming of the great and awesome day of Yehovah. And he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with utter destruction. Jeremiah 15 speaks to a people in Jeremiah's time, but of course everything is cyclical, as Charlie is so often says, points out to us. Yehovah said to me, even if Moshe and Shemuel were to stand before me, my soul is not toward this people. Send them away from my presence, let them go. And it shall be when they say to you, where do we go? Then you shall say to them, thus said Yehovah, those for death, to death, those for the sword, to the sword, and those for scarcity of food, to scarcity of food, those for captivity, to captivity. And I shall appoint over them 4 kinds, declares Yehovah, the sword to slay, the dogs to drag, the birds of the heavens, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I shall make them for a horror to all the kingdoms of the earth on account of Manasseh, son of Chizkiyahu, king of Yehudah, because of what he did in Jerusalem. Again, their leadership. For who has compassion on you, O Jerusalem, and who mourns for you? You who have forsaken me, declares Jehovah, you have gone backward. Therefore I shall stretch out my hand against you and destroy you. I have been weary of relenting. And I shall winnow them with a winnowing fan, and the gates of the land I shall bereave. I shall destroy my people, they would not turn back from their ways. Their widows shall be more numerous than the sands of the seas. I shall bring against them, against the mother of the young men, a ravager at noon. I shall cause agitation and sudden alarm to fall on her suddenly. Again, take these events as an object lesson in what it is to have everything taken from you suddenly on a real small scale that will not even be comparable to what this could be like. Don't be one of his people who brings the offering that you want to him, who worships him as you want to worship him, and everything is on your terms. Okay? Seek good leadership. Seek the word of Elohim at the lips of a priest. Don't discount that part of the body, because they are a vital part for people's edification and building up, and for caring for people and bringing them up into the fullness of the image of Messiah. She who is born 7 shall pine away. She shall breathe her last. Her sun shall go down while it is yet day. She shall be put to shame and be humiliated, and their remnants I give up to the sword before their enemies, declares Jehovah. Woe to me, my mother, that you have borne me, a man of strife and a man of contention to all the earth. I have neither lent for interest, nor have men lent to me for interest. All of them are reviling me. Jehovah said, did I not direct you for your good? Did I not intercede for you in a time of evil and in a time of distress against the enemy? Does one break iron or bronze from the north? Your wealth and your treasures I give as plunder, not for price, because of all your sins, even in all your borders. And I shall cause them to pass over with your enemies into a land which you did not know, for a fire is kindled in my displeasure, which burns upon you. You yourself know, O Jehovah, remember me and visit me and take vengeance for me on these people who persecute me. In your patience, do not take me away. Know that for you I have suffered reproach. And of course, the prophet Jeremiah, who came to people speaking what was good for their souls, they did not listen to him, and he was a reproach to the people. Your words were found, and I ate them. Your word was to me the joy and rejoicing of my heart. For your name is called on me, O Yehovah Elohim Sabaoth. And praise Yehovah, this is the position that there are people in his body, that they are in today. There are good people. It's not that everybody is disobedient. There are people who sincerely seek him. I believe I hear from them. They write emails to me to say, we regard what you're saying about taking the word seriously. It's so important. We see people going astray from this, and they teach the commandments of men and this, that, and the other, and that's no good. But we want the word of Elohim, and they feel, I believe, as Jeremiah feels when he says this, your words were found and I ate them. Your word was to me the joy and rejoicing of my heart, for your name is called on me, O Yehovah Elohim Sabaoth. I have not sat in the company of the mockers, nor do I exult. I have sat alone because of your hand, for you have filled me with displeasure. I didn't go to whatever church or fellowship because I knew that they were mocking your word and they were scornful towards your word. Instead, I sat alone. I spent my time doing Shabbat alone. It's a common thing I hear. Why is my pain without ending and my wound incurable, which refuses to be healed? Are you to me like a failing stream, as waters not steadfast? Therefore thus said Jehovah, if you turn back, then I shall bring you back. Before me you stand, and if you take out the precious from the worthless, you shall become as my mouth. Let them return to you. Do not return to them. And I shall make you to this people a strong bronze wall, and they shall fight against you, but not overcome you. For I am with you to save you and deliver you, declares Yehovah. And I shall deliver you from the hand of evildoers, and I shall ransom you from the grip of the ruthless. And when we're considering this, the number of people who are obedient to Yehovah is always very, very few. I want you to consider what we read before in Jeremiah 2:23. How do you say, I've not gone after the Baals? See your way in the valley, what you have done, a swift dromedary breaking loose in her ways. Because this is how many people are. Many people in who would think of themselves as being in Messiah. Many of our brothers and sisters. Okay? They break loose in their ways. They wouldn't think of themselves as having gone after Baal, but we can see in the things that they do that, I'm sorry, but you have gone after Baal, and it's a shame that you don't recognize this. In 1 Kings 19:9-18, we see Elijah speaking to Yehovah, because to Elijah's perspective, all the rest of Israel have gone after Baal. And it's very easy for us to feel the same today. Okay? That we can feel like we're the only ones, or that certain people are the only ones who are following, and there's no one else. But that's not how Yehovah actually is. It says, and there he went into a cave and spent the night there, and see, the word of Yehovah came to him and said to him, what are you doing here, Eliyahu? And he said, I have been very jealous for Yehovah Elohim Zevaot, for the children of Yisrael have forsaken your covenant. They've thrown down your altars, and they have slain your prophets with the sword, and I am left, I alone, and they seek my life to take it. And he said, go out and stand on the mountain before Yehovah, and see Yehovah pass by, and a great and strong wind tearing the mountains and breaking the rocks in pieces before Yehovah. Yehovah was not in the wind. And after the wind an earthquake, Yehovah was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake a fire, Yehovah was not in the fire. And after the fire a still small voice. And it came to be when Eliyahu heard it, that he wrapped his face in his robe, and went out and stood at the cave opening, and see, a voice came to him and said, what are you doing here, Eliyahu? And he said, I've been very zealous for Yehovah Elohim Zevaot. For the children of Israel have forsaken your covenant, they have thrown down your altars, and they have slain your prophets with the sword, and I am left, I alone, and they seek my life to take it. And Yehovah said to him, go return on your way to the wilderness of Damascus, and you shall go in and anoint Hazael as king over Aram, and anoint Jehu son of Nimshi as king over Israel, and anoint Elisha son of Shaphat of Avail Machlah as prophet in your place. And it shall be that whoever escapes the sword of Hazael, Jehu does kill. Whoever escapes from the sword of Jehu, Elisha does kill. And I shall leave 7,000 in Israel, all whose knees have not bowed to Baal, and every mouth that has not kissed him. So he thought he was alone. And Romans 11 tells us that the same is true of us. I say then, has Elohim rejected his people? Let it not be, for I am also a Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. Elohim has not rejected his people whom he knew beforehand. Or do you not know what the scripture says of Eliyahu, how he pleads with Elohim against Israel, saying, Yehovah, they have killed your prophets and overthrown your altars, and I alone am left, and they seek my life. But what does the answer of Elohim say to him? I have left for myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal. So therefore also at this present time a remnant according to the choice of favor has come to be. So if you find yourself feeling like Eliyahu, and you feel like you're the only one among Israel, one of the only ones among Israel, to still be doing his Torah, to still understand what it is to reverence and to worship him? Or you think the Way Biblical Fellowship, they teach this, and it's so difficult to find anybody who's teaching that this is true. They're the only ones who have truth. It's not true. We're not the only ones with truth. There are other people who are as devout in his word. So don't feel like Eliyahu. Don't feel like you despair of Israel. There are many within Israel who don't get it. There are many who are disobedient, many who do not count him as holy in the way that he wants to be counted as holy. But you're not alone. We're not alone in this. Jeremiah 23, 1-4 should give us some hope. It says, "Woe to the shepherds destroying and scattering the sheep of my pasture, declares Yahovah. Therefore thus said Yahovah Elohim of Yisrael against the shepherds who feed my people. You've scattered my flock, driven them away, and have not tended them. See, I am punishing you for the evil of your deeds, declares Yahovah. Therefore I shall gather the remnant of my flock of all the lands where I have driven them, and shall bring them back to the fold, and they shall bear an increase." Yahovah's leaders led people astray, and these people had wickedness in their hearts, and they delighted in the false prophesying of the prophets and all the rest of it. But his prophets, his priests, they destroyed Israel. They had a part in doing so. But he says that he will gather the remnant of his flock, those 7,000 who have not bowed the knee to Baal. And I shall raise up shepherds over them, and they shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be discouraged, nor shall they be lacking, declares Yahovah. Because he goes on to say that he will lead them into the land. Now, I very much hope, it would be amazing if this is true of the Way Biblical Fellowship, is true of our teaching, that Yahovah would use us to raise up his remnant, to strengthen his remnant who feel like they're one of the only ones when there's 7,000 more, or however many that there are. That would be amazing. But the Way Biblical Fellowship are not like the only people. Don't despair and think it's just these guys shining the light. There are a good number of his people who are devout and who walk in his ways. And we will be blessed in our lives if we come across them and we find them. Ezekiel 44 tells us what it's going to be like in the land when Yeshua comes and he leads us into the land. There will be priests and there will be Levites again in the land. The priests will do the service in the earthly tabernacle again. And everything will be as it was supposed to be. As we began this, we were looking at the instructions that were given to Aharon about discerning between the profane and the holy, the unclean and the clean. And it would have been good if that's how they had continued. But we know what happened with Israel. We saw some of it. That all fell apart, and the priests were no good, and the people were no good. But Yahovah will raise up a remnant. He will give them good shepherds and teachers, and he'll lead them into the land. And this is how it will be in the land. The priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, the sons of righteousness, who guarded the duty of my set-apart place when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall draw near to me to serve me, and shall stand before me to bring to me the fat and the blood, declares the Master Yahovah. They shall enter my set-apart place, and they shall draw near to my table to serve me, and they shall guard my charge. And it shall be, when they enter the gates of the inner court, that they put on linen garments. No wool shall come upon them, while they attend within the gates of the inner courtyard, or within the house. They shall have linen turbans on their heads, and linen trousers on their bodies. They shall not gird themselves with sweat. And when they go out to the outer courtyard, to the people, they shall take off their garments in which they've attended. They shall leave them in the set apart rooms and shall put on other garments. And they shall set apart the people in their set apart garments. They'll do what they were asked to do originally. And their heads they shall not shave, nor shall they let their hair grow long. They shall keep their hair well trimmed. And no priest is to drink wine when he comes into the inner court. And they do not take as wife a widow or a divorced woman, but take maidens of the seed of the house of Israel, or widows of other priests. And they are to teach my people the difference between the set apart and the profane, and make them know what is unclean and clean. They're to stand as judges in a dispute, and judge it according to my justices, and they are to guard my Torah and my laws in all my appointed festivals, and set apart my Sabbaths. For they are to not defile themselves by coming near a dead man, only for a father or mother, for a son or daughter, for a brother or unmarried sister they defile themselves. And after his cleansing they count 7 days for him. And on the day that he comes into the inner court of the set apart place to attend in the set apart place, he brings his sin offering, declares the Master Yehovah, and it shall be to them for an inheritance. I am their inheritance. And you give them no possession in Yisrael. I am their possession. The grain offering, the sin offering, the guilt offering they are to eat. All that is dedicated in Yisrael is theirs. And the first of all, the first fruits of all, and every contribution of all your contributions belong to the priests. And the first of your ground meal you give to the priests, so that a blessing rests on your house. The priests are not to eat any bird or beast found dead or torn to pieces. That is how it will be for all of Israel when Yeshua leads them in to dwell in the land. And that is the model for how it should be now in his fellowships, for the overseers, for the pastors, those who teach the word in his fellowships. This is the model that we have. So what we've seen is an admonition that the priests should make a difference between the holy and the profane, the clean and the unclean. And we've seen what happens when Yehovah's priests, when his leadership, his teachers, his prophets don't do that. Israel kind of falls apart. So we've seen the value of what it is to have good leadership and why it is necessary in the body. Here where we pick up, it says that Moshe spoke to Aharon and to Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons, who were left. Okay, so Nadav and Avihu, their brothers, have just died. Take the mincha that is left over from the offerings made by fire to Yehovah. So we saw to katar something before is to offer it by fire. So when you take something and you katar it, it becomes an isha. The plural of isha is isha, okay, an offering made by fire. A burnt offering, or in Hebrew an olah, is an example of something that you katar to Yehovah, an example of something which is an isha. Eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most set apart. Okay, so they're told to eat it without leaven because it's holy of holies here. And you shall eat it in a set apart place, because it is yours by law and your sons by law, of the offerings made by fire to Yehovah, for so I have been commanded. And the breast of the wave offering, the tenufah, and the thigh of the contribution, the terumah, you eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they are yours by law, and your sons by law, which are given from the sacrifices of the peace offering. So it's what was the priests of the Zivchei Shalmei, of the children of Yisrael. The thigh of the contribution and the breast of the wave offering, they come with the offerings of fat made by fire, to bring as a wave offering in the presence of Yehovah, and it shall be yours and your sons with you by law forever, as Yehovah has commanded. And Moshe diligently looked for the goat of the sin offering, and saw it was burned up, and he was wroth with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aharon, who were left, saying, Why have you not eaten the sin offering in a set apart place, since it is holy of holies? And Elohim has given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation, in order to make atonement for them in the presence of Yehovah. See, its blood was not brought inside the set apart place. You should have eaten it without fail in the set apart place, as I commanded. And then what we're going to see next is Aharon, as one of the priests, make the difference between the unclean and the clean, the holy and the profane, properly. And Aharon said to Moshe, See, today they have drawn near with their sin offering and their olah in the presence of Yehovah, and matters like these have come to me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been right in the eyes of Yehovah? And when Moshe heard that, it was good in his eyes. So what Aharon comes back with here is a response to Moshe about why it would not have been correct according to the Torah, okay, because of what we've looked at before by those objects which are nearby at the death of somebody when they become defiled. Genesis 1:25-31 says, And Elohim made the beast of the earth according to its kind, livestock according to its kind, and all the creep on the earth according to its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, Let us make the man in our image according to our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the heavens. And as we've seen recently when Charlie went through Torah portion Bereshit, when it says, Let us make man in our image, we know that it's not a plural being used. We know that it's singular because the adjectives, the verbs, and the other words around it are not affected by the plurality of that first person pronoun. Okay, us. First person pronoun would be me. Okay, third person pronoun would be us. Okay, so sometimes when the third person pronoun is used instead of the first person, it's because of what is called the plural of majesty. It's a device which can be used in Hebrew to add majesty or greatness to a subject by pluralizing that subject. But you can tell that it's not a plurality of subjects by the fact that the words used to describe them and the words used in conjunction with them are not also pluralized. So that's what you would do if you were talking about a number of things. You would pluralize the words used in conjunction with that group of things. When you're using a plural of majesty, you only pluralize the thing that you're talking about. Okay, so me or me would become us, for example. So Yehovah is speaking of himself with greater majesty in these verses. He's not saying that he is more than one being. Let them rule over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the heavens, over the livestock, over all the earth, and over all the creeping creatures that creep on the earth. So when Yehovah made all of the beasts of the earth, he saw that everything was good, and then he made man, and he gave them dominion over all the beasts that he created. Elohim created the man in his image. In the image of Elohim, he created him. Male and female, he created them. And Elohim blessed them, and Elohim said to them, Bear fruit and increase, fill the earth and subdue it, rule over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, over all the creatures moving on the earth. Okay, so man here, after he's been created by Yehovah, is given this dominion, and he is different from the creatures of the earth. Okay, he rules over the creatures. Elohim said, "See, I have given you every plant that yields seed, which is on the face of all the earth, and every tree whose fruit yields seed. To you it is for food." So every plant that yields seed, that's going to, that's going to be things like nuts, legumes, all of those sorts of things, grains, essentially. I've given those to you for food. Every tree whose fruit yields seed. So also fruit was given to man. So grains and fruit is the first thing that Elohim mentions. Okay, he says you've got dominion over all the animals, and he says, and I've given you the plants to eat as food as well. Now, you could interpret this to mean that originally man was not to eat animals, and that he'd given them the seed, the herb-bearing seed, and the trees with fruit on them for food. Or you can interpret it as you've got dominion over all the animals, and I've given you the plants to eat for food as well. I could actually see it being either way. People think that when we experience the restoration, and we're going to look at the restoration of creation, that we're going to be returned to the garden, returned to the state that we are in the garden. Now that is either untrue, or here they were also able to eat the animals, because in the restoration, as we're going to see, we still eat meat during the restoration. It's not like we will be returned to the way that it was supposed to be all along, eating only plants. Like I covered when I went through Noah, there is something about animals which is qualitatively different from man, so that Yehovah asks man to offer them, to take their lives to be offered to him, whereas he does not ask that of a man. Yeshua gave his life, but it wasn't like he was sacrificed in the earthly tabernacle. He wasn't like a human sacrifice. He gave his life on the heavenly altar, much like we see the souls under the altar who have given their lives for Yeshua, and the souls are under the altar where the blood was poured out. And we know from Torah that the soul is in the blood. So we see the souls under the altar in heaven, and they are all people who have given their lives for Yeshua, as well as Yeshua gave his life, and it was accepted. That was the offering. Yeshua wasn't like a human sacrifice on the altar in the temple or anything like that. People can get confused by those things. It goes on and says, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the heavens, and every creeping creature on the earth in which there is life, every green plant is for food, and it came to be so. So this is interesting. Okay, all of the animals at this point did eat the green plants. That's going to be important when we consider the animals which are now clean and the animals which are unclean, because something changed after the fall. It could also have included man began to eat meat after the fall, and then after the flood. Could have included that, but it's not precluded in this text that man was also given of the animals. Elohim saw all that he had made, and see, it was very good. And there came to be evening, and there came to be morning, the sixth day. Okay, so after Elohim has created everything, he sees that everything is in a state that he describes as very good, very tov. And we looked at what it is to be ra. It's when things aren't fulfilling the purposes that they were created for. But at this point, everything was good. However, something changed. Genesis 3:17 to 18 says, "And to the man he said, because you have listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, do not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you." So after Adam and Eve's sin, the ground itself was cursed. Okay, before this, the animals were eating the green plants which came from the ground. But after the ground is cursed, we see a noticeable change in creation and how the animals have to survive. If you are an animal and your food source is taken away, you only have two choices. One of the choices is to die. The other choice is to change your diet. And as we will see, certain animals have changed their diets, and we can show that these animals didn't originally eat the things which they eat now. Now, animals taking the lives of other animals and eating those animals as prey is part of what makes them unclean, because corruption has entered into the creation. Death has entered into the creation. Through this, animals eating animals, that has rendered some animals unclean. But obviously when we eat animals, it doesn't make us unclean. And we'll see in the restoration, we still eat meat. So it's entirely possible that mankind ate meat at this point. It's commonly taught, and I've taught myself, that the original diet was fruit, and then the green plants after that, and then it changed to meat later. But that's not necessarily the way that it is from the text. The text allows it to be different from that, and what I would suggest is that perhaps it is different from that, because when it comes to the restoration, we're still eating meat. I'll continue on anyway. It says, "The ground shall bring forth thorns and thistles for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field." Okay, so first of all, it was things like grains and fruit that they were to eat. Now it says that the ground's going to bring forth something different for you. You will eat the plants of the field. So thorns and thistles is an important thing for us to consider, because these are things that actually show us in what way was it that the creation was changed. At first it was very good. Now we have this change where the ground itself is cursed. When we consider thorns, okay, what thorns are isn't some kind of new genetic code. Your evolutionist would be looking for how the genetic code changed in order to bring forth thorns on a plant, and that would be the plant that had better defense and that got better protection from animals, and that would be how that plant thrived. But actually what we know from scientific study of these plants, that a thorn is actually just a stem that has been expressed differently. You see, we all have what's called a phenotype, and that's how our genes are expressed. But our genes are called our genotype. If you think of our genotype as the library of information from which we can select our phenotype. So our phenotype might be the color of our hair, might be the color of our eyes. Many different physical characteristics comes from our phenotype. But our phenotype is just a selection of the information available to us in our genotype. What genes are turned on and what genes are turned off. Much the same with thorns. Thorns are an example of a phenotype, but no genetic information has been added to the underlying genotype. Just how those genes are expressed is differently. So the stems are expressed differently. Their outward physical appearance is expressed differently. Same genes expressed differently, and they express as thorns. as opposed to growing into stems. The same is true with thistles. You can see the spikes that we have on thistles here. But again, this is not new genetic information. What this is the genetic information contained in a plant's genotype, which will be expressed usually in the phenotype of a leaf. Here it is expressed in the phenotype of something which is spiked, something which is pointy. So the creation, which was very good and was fit for purpose, the ground was cursed and it started to bring forth phenotypes which were not tov, which were ra. This is from futurity.org. This is about the snake's legs evolution. It says, taken together, the mutations in the enhancer of a gene known as sonic hedgehog disrupt the genetic circuit that drives limb growth in snakes. So originally in snakes, their genetic information contained the information to grow limbs, but there is something which disrupts that limb growth. Scientists made their discovery by studying genetic activity in developing python embryos and comparing DNA sequences of snake and lizard genomes. While some snakes, such as cobras and vipers, are completely limbless, pythons and boa constrictors have retained some of the vestiges of their leg structures. Okay, so in some snakes, that phenotype is not expressed at all. And in some snakes, the phenotype is expressed just a little bit. But they all have the genetic information necessary for growing limbs. So in the curse, thorns and thistles came, and in the curse, the snake was told that you will now go about on your belly. Romans 5 verse 12 says, for this reason, even as through one man sin did enter into the world, and death through sin, thus death spread to all men, because all sinned. Okay, so if what I'm talking about is men eating animals before the fall, how can this be if death entered into the world after man's sin? Okay, well, the death which is spoken of here and which we are liberated from, you will see, is not including the death of animals when you eat them. It also doesn't include the death of animals when you sacrifice them. It is death having dominion over man that it's talking about here, and I'll show you that from other scriptures. Charles Darwin, in a letter to a Dr. Asa Gray, who was one of his contemporaries, I am bewildered. I had no intention to write atheistically, but I own that I cannot see so plainly as others do, and as I should wish to do, evidence for design and beneficence on all sides of us. So you're saying, look, I didn't want to write something that was clearly atheistic. Wasn't my intention. However, when I look at the creation, I don't see that this was something that was created by a being with beneficence. There seems to me too much misery in the world. I cannot persuade myself that a beneficent and omnipotent God would have designedly created ichneumonidae with the express intention of their feeding within the living bodies of caterpillars. So he says, look, the creation, not created by a God who is merciful, who is compassionate. How could they have created ichneumonidae, intending that they would feed within the living bodies of caterpillars? And there's many such animals that are like that, lay eggs in the brains of other things, and the things that have come about in creation are quite horrific. Animals killing one another, and that being their means of survival, that there would be this violent conflict in the world. Charles Darwin said, I can't believe that this is the work of a creator God who is compassionate, who is beneficent. And he says, or that a cat should play with mice. He looks at that and he says, listen, I just don't buy the idea that this was how it was created. This is an ichneumonidae, and as we'll see, the structures of such insects have been used for something that they were never intended to be used for. When Yehovah created everything, he created the animals to eat green plants. Okay, they had a vegetarian diet. As I say, the relationship between humans and animals is different. Okay, animals eating animals makes them unclean. Us eating animals doesn't make us unclean, and is in fact something that the Torah demands. He also wrote in his initial draft of The Origin of the Species, he wrote, it is derogatory that the creator of countless universes should have made by individual acts of his will the myriads of creeping parasites and worms which since the earliest dawn of life have swarmed over the land and in the depths of the ocean. We have ceased to be astonished that a group of animals should have been transformed to lay their eggs in the bowels and flesh of other sensitive beings, that some animals should live by and delight in cruelty, that animals should be led away by false instincts, that annually there should be an incalculable waste of pollen, eggs, and immature beings. So he looks at the creation and he says, this is not how it was supposed to be. And indeed, that's what the Bible says. The Bible says that the ground was cursed. So if animals which eat plants are on the earth when the ground is cursed, and the ground brings forth different things, the phenotypes of what's brought forth is changed, the ground itself is changed, and they don't bring forth the same, those animals have two choices: change your diet or die out. But people will say, what about something like a snake? A snake is clearly designed as a killing machine. It literally bites something and injects it with poison so that it dies. There's no way you can fit that into the model that the Bible describes, but that's not true. Okay, what we have in snakes is here described as a venom gland. Okay, originally its capacity is as a salivary gland, and what is injected is a digestive enzyme to help the snake digest something, plant matter. You inject it with something to help digest the plant. It digests it from the inside out, and then you eat it. We see other mechanisms like this as well. But what happens is we don't have evolution, but we do have natural selection. So if the snake no longer has its diet available to it because the earth has been cursed, it can either change its diet or die. The snake is designed in such a way that it injects this enzyme, this digestive enzyme, into other animals. The snakes that do that and have a digestive enzyme which is more able to paralyze or otherwise hurt another animal, those snakes do better. Okay, and the phenotype which is expressed is selected through those animals which do that thing, doing that thing more and more, and the ones who are more effective at it surviving longer. That's not evolution. That's the creator creating a genotype, and then the phenotype which is most successful being selected from the genotype. We see the same thing with the ovipositors of insects. Okay, the ovipositor of an insect is something which posits ovums. It lays eggs. Okay, we can see that having a different phenotype expression in a wasp or in a bee. Okay, the sting of that animal is actually an ovipositor which has expressed itself differently, just like the thorns and thistles coming about. So wasps, bees, stinging animals, hornets, are simply animals that have adapted to a change in conditions. Okay, no one is going to convince me that it was an evolutionary benefit for a bee to kill itself every time it stung somebody. Okay, that just doesn't make any sense. However, when we look at it and say, well, this animal has repurposed the ovipositor that it had to attack things because the world has changed, the creation itself is corrupted, that then makes perfect sense. Animals like mosquitoes, okay, mosquito sucks blood. People know that. Okay, but what is probably less known is that this which is known as the proboscis of a mosquito. Okay, the female mosquito uses the proboscis to drink blood because the female mosquito needs the blood for her diet because she carries the young. She literally spawns the young from her. She has to feed the young as they're growing. Okay, so a female mosquito needs to have blood with its phenotype expression of its proboscis, uses it to drink blood of animals. But the male mosquito uses its proboscis to eat from vegetable matter, much like originally in the creation. Okay, but all that happened is that the animals had a choice: change your diet or you're going to die out. So what did the animals do? They changed their diet. The ones that were successful and survived today changed their diet. People think of animals like spiders. Okay, so a spider, surely that is a killing machine. This is from Science Daily. It says spiders may not be the pure predators we generally believe. After a study found out that some make up a quarter of their diet by eating pollen. Dr. Dirk Sanders of the University of Exeter demonstrated that orb web spiders, like the common garden variety, choose to eat pollen even when insects are available. Okay, but when the ground is cursed and the ground's not bringing forth things in such abundance and is bringing forth different phenotypic expressions of things, then the diet has to be changed. But even now we see that spiders eat pollen even when other insects are available to eat. So we can see how the natural structures of the world and the animals that live in the world have adapted to a fallen creation. Okay, bears. You would think of a bear as a fairly ferocious predator animal. And we look at the teeth of animals and we say that certain animals are carnivores. That's not actually true. I mean, the red panda is classed as a carnivore, even though its diet is vegetable matter. It's kind of like an anomaly in the scientific world because they just look at what they can see and they say, well, those teeth are carnivore teeth, therefore this animal is a carnivore, and they come up with various different explanations for why it would be that it could be a carnivore that eats vegetables. Same with the bear, though. The bear is equipped to kill things. Okay, it can do that. It can use the equipment that it has to kill things. And indeed, we see that bears do that. Okay, they get a large part of their diet from salmon, because salmon are incredibly calorie dense. They have a lot of nutrients in them. Again, if we think of the ground becoming cursed, then the plants don't bring forth as abundantly. They are not as nutritious, so to speak, anymore. But a bear is not purely a carnivore. A bear, when it comes out of hibernation, will put on weight for salmon season by eating grass and by eating berries. Berries is actually the plural of bear. That's why they're called bears. They eat berries. And bears eating vegetable matter is nothing new in the world. I mentioned the red panda before. The panda eats bamboo. Okay, exclusively eats bamboo, exclusively eats vegetable matter. But some animals needed to change their diet in order to survive, and that's what some of them did. Okay, the koala bear, it's another bear, but it eats eucalyptus, and that's what its entire diet is made up of. So some things look ferocious but eat plants, and some things look quite tame but eat meat as part of their diet. Now there's more to this story. The reason that the picture that's up here is quite a low resolution image is because it was finally video evidence that was captured when people put forward the speculative argument that the Kea parrots were eating their sheep. But the Kea parrot naturally uses that beak to dig in the ground in the forest and to rip through roots and dig up the roots and eat them because the roots are nutritious. But when huge tracts of woodland in, I believe it was New Zealand, were cut down and the parrots lost their habitat, kind of like a microcosm of what happened in the fall when the ground became cursed, then the Kea parrot started using its beak to cut into the backs of sheep and to eat the fat around their kidneys sometimes. The Kea parrots actually rarely killed the sheep. What would end up killing the sheep is the infection from the wounds that the Kea parrot caused. But we can see exactly the same mechanism in use there. The parrot was given a choice. Okay, you can either not eat anything or you can find something new to eat. So the Kea parrot, chose to eat meat. Other animals, as we have seen, chose to eat meat because the ground has been cursed and is not as nutritious, doesn't bring forth as abundantly, and the phenotype expression of what is brought forth is now different in today's world. The same is true for viruses. Okay, what viruses are, what bacteria are that are harmful is something called translocated species. All that means is that they've been taken from the place that they were supposed to exist and from the purpose that they originally had, the purpose that is tov, that is good, and they have been moved to somewhere else where they can operate by the same mechanism, but it brings about harm. Think about the E. coli bacteria that are in your stomach. Okay, if you take them out of your stomach and put them somewhere else, they're going to be incredibly deadly. That's an example of translocating something to another place where it's not supposed to live, where it wouldn't live if everything was tov and it was doing what was tov. So viruses today are another example of a mechanism, biological mechanism, which is created for a use which is tov, but use it in the best way they can to survive and to proliferate themselves. Genesis 3:7-18, again, to the man he said, because you've listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten of the tree which I commanded you, saying, do not eat of it, cursed is the ground because of you, in toil you are to eat of it all the days of your life. The ground shall bring forth thorns and thistles for you, and you shall eat plants of the field. The ground is cursed, it's going to bring forth something different. The animals change their diet at the same time. Now we're told in Isaiah 11:6-7, a wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and a leopard lie down with the young goat, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child leads them. And the cow and bear shall feed, their young ones lie down together, and a lion eats straw like an ox. So in the restoration, animals will go back to eating plant matter, vegetable matter. Human beings, however, will not. Okay? Romans 8:18-23 says, "For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the esteem that is to be revealed in us. For the intense longing of the creation eagerly waits for the revealing of the sons of Elohim. For the creation was subjected to futility, not from choice, but because of him who subjected it in anticipation." So the creation, not by any act of its own will, was subject to corruptibility. Okay, death entered in. The creation was changed, the ground was cursed, and the things that it brought forth were different. The creation itself also shall be delivered from the bondage to corruption into the esteemed freedom of the children of Elohim. So when does this happen? For we know that all the creation groans together and suffers the pains of childbirth together until now. All of everything that's happening in creation, all of this stuff which is raw, which is happening in creation, the animals killing each other, all those things which are not as they're supposed to be, it's all compared to the pains of childbirth. It's going to bring forth something better. It's a necessary process to bring forth something better. Not only so, but even we ourselves who have the first fruits of the Spirit, we ourselves also groan within ourselves, eagerly waiting for the adoption, the redemption of our body. When we will receive a body that is spirit, we will be changed in the twinkling of an eye. This body, which is now perishable or corruptible, same words, is subject to death, okay, will be changed. And the creation is compared to the curse. Okay, one of the curses was that women would suffer the pains of childbirth. Creation is subject to the same. It's subject to the curse. We're waiting for the redemption of our body. That happens when Yeshua returns. That is the restoration. That is the new heavens and the new earth. Okay, there's some kind of confused theology about when the new heavens and the new earth happen. The new heavens and the new earth aren't like, boom, I've destroyed everything, I'm going to make everything again new. As we'll see, it's when creation undergoes fire and there's the removal of that which can be removed, or the removal of that which is shaken. When that happens, only that which cannot be moved or cannot be shaken remains, and that's when everything is made new. Okay, so we're waiting for the redemption of our body when our bodies are made new. Hebrews 12:25-27 says, "Take heed not to refuse the one speaking, for if those did not escape who refused the warning on earth, much less we who turn away from him from heaven, whose voice shook the heaven then, but now he has promised, saying, yet once more I shake not only the earth, but also the heaven." And this yet once more makes clear the removal of what is shaken as having been made, so that the unshaken matters might remain. Okay, so that's the earth being made new. It's not completely destroyed and then completely made new. It is, it's shaken or moved, and then it is made new by fire. That is the restoration that Yeshua speaks of in Matthew 19:28. Then Yeshua said to them, "Truly I say to you, when the Son of Adam sits on the throne of his esteem, you who have followed me in the restoration shall also sit on 12 thrones." Also translated, the regeneration. It's when things are regenerated, when everything is restored upon the earth. Isaiah 25:6-8 says, "In this mountain, Yehovah Sabaoth shall make for all people a feast of choice meats, a feast of old wines, of choice meats with marrow, of old wines refined well." Okay, so we've got a feast of meat, a feast of marrow. And let's look at when this actually is. "And he shall swallow up on this mountain the surface of the covering which covers all the people, in the veil which is spread over all nations. He shall swallow up death forever, and yet we will be eating meat on his holy mountain. The death that it is talking about is the death that has dominion over man. That is what is defeated. That is what's swallowed up. And when that's swallowed up, we'll be celebrating it by eating meat. Ezekiel 44 verse 31 tells us that in the regeneration, in this restoration, the priests are not allowed to eat any bird or beast that is found dead or torn to pieces. So death is going to be there. People are going to die at this time, but death having dominion over somebody is swallowed up in overcoming or having victory. 1 Corinthians 15, 36 to 39 says, "Senseless one, what you sow is not made alive unless it dies." And this is this process described as being like childbirth, bringing forth of something. It says, "And as to what you sow, you do not sow the body which is to be, but a bare grain. It might be wheat or some other grain. But Elohim gives it a body as he wishes, and to each seed a body of its own." And that's like us. Okay, our earthly bodies now are not the bodies which we are to have. The creation which is now is not the creation which is to be. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there's one flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. Men and beasts are qualitatively different from one another. And in the restoration, people will still eat fish, they'll still eat choice meats. For example, this idea that we've got of animals are all kind of on the same level as humans, and we shouldn't kill animals, and the idea that Yahuwah's sacrifices were not just, it's all from the sort of idea that Charlie was talking about in Torah portion Bereshit, or if people watch the video Yahuwah, our creator God. The Gaia philosophy of nature and the way that things work. But if we read the Bible and we're careful to take away all those things which we think that we know about morality and all of those things, those ideas that are built into our heads from the pagan cultures from which we come, then we can see that the relationship between man and beast is totally different. A man eating the flesh of animals is not a bad thing. With animals, it leads to unclean animals. If men eat the flesh of animals, it doesn't make them unclean, and is in fact described as something which is good. When Yahuwah asks for sacrifices of animals, there is something that is different there that we need to incorporate into our understanding. It's not the same as the death of a man. Who knows what the mind of an animal is like? Okay, we can see animals being scared and things like that, but who knows what it is for an animal to give its life in sacrifice to Yahuwah? Who knows how the creation will be different when peace has returned and all of this kind of violent struggle that we see described has gone from creation. Those pangs of childbirth are no longer the things that we see around us. 1 Corinthians 15:54 says, "And when this corruptible, or when this perishable," same word, "has put on incorruption, this mortal has put on immortality, then shall come to be the word that has been written, death is swallowed up in overcoming." Okay, but yet we see that we will eat meat. Men will fish animals. There's something that is different here. The power of death over man has been overcome. Ezekiel 47:9-12 says, "And it shall be that every swarming creature, wherever the stream goes, shall live, and there shall be very many fish. For these waters shall go there, and they are healed, and wherever the stream flows, all shall live. And it shall be that the fishermen stand along it." from Ein Gedi to Ein Eglaim, being places for spreading their nets. The fish is to be of the same kind as the fish of the great sea, very many. Its swamps and marshes shall not be healed, they shall be given over to salt. Now that's very interesting, because they're not going to be healed in the regeneration. Apparently they're going to be given over to salt, and that's interesting because fish have a mechanism within them. I think it's in their kidneys, which is I believe it's to remove salt. So when they look at freshwater fish, they see that they have a mechanism for removing salt. Or it might actually be that saltwater fish have a mechanism to allow them to swim in salt. No, I think it's the other way around. Okay, but it says here that this healing will not happen in the swamps and marshes because they're still going to be given over to salt. So before the way, when the earth was in the way that it was when these fish were first created, it's not going to be restored to that in the swamps and marshes. The restoration will not take place there. They will still be given over to salt. It says, and by the bank of the stream on both sides grow all kinds of trees used for food, whose leaves do not wither and fruit do not fail. They bear fruit every month because their water flows from the set apart place, and their fruit shall be for food and their leaves for healing. Very much like what it says in the creation account, where it talks about man having dominion over the beasts of the earth and over the fish of the sea. And then it says, and I've given to you the herb bearing seed and the trees bearing fruit for food as well. Here we see that there are fishermen who are fishing for fish, and there's a tree which is bearing fruit, which will also be for food. Isaiah 65:17-20 says, for look, I am creating a new heavens and a new earth. The former shall not be remembered nor come to heart, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I create. For look, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. And I shall rejoice in Jerusalem, and shall joy in my people, and let the voice of weeping no more be heard in her, nor the voice of crying. No more is an infant from there going to live but a few days, nor an old man who does not complete his days. The youth dies 100 years old. The sinner being 100 years old shall be lightly esteemed. So in this new heaven and this new earth, death will have been overcome. But people will still die. We will still eat meat. People have just a glancing understanding of what it is for death to be no more. Things are going to be different in this age. Okay, we don't understand the power of death, for example. We don't understand what that actually is. We don't understand what it is to live in a world where death has been overcome through Yeshua. We're told in Revelation 2 verse 7, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the assemblies. To him who overcomes, I shall give to eat from the tree of life. And in Genesis, we see that this is how it was from the beginning. Yehovah Elohim said, see, the man has become like one of us to know good and evil. Now, lest he put out his hand and takes to eat also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. So what it is to eat of the tree of life and live forever, and for death to have been overcome, doesn't necessarily entail, and in fact, from what we can see in the scriptures, does not entail that we will no longer eat meat, or that there will be nothing that dies. Simply, death will have been overcome in that man, or some men, have the right to eat of the tree of life. Okay, so that's how the creation is corrupted, how the creation has fallen, why animals eat one another. And that's important when we understand the things that make you unclean physically. Okay? To become physically unclean, Sarat, which Charlie will look at next week, entering a quarantined house that has Sarat, Touching a dead animal, that is unclean. Okay, so the things that make you unclean physically are those things which are involved with corruption having entered into the creation, perishability having entered into the creation. So Sarah touching an animal that it's dead, it's all to do with corruption in the creation and coming into proximity with that, which is this cycle of life and death which is entered in. The corruptibility which was not in creation when it was very good. Childbirth, seminal emission or being on your period, other bodily discharge, sex itself, coming into contact with graves, corpses or bones, and burning the red heifer sacrifice. All of these things are things that in some way have been touched by corruptibility, some things that have been touched by perishability, things that have been touched by uncleanness, so to speak, defilement, things that are corruptible or to do with that which is corruptible. It's the same with animals. What we find when we look at the clean and the unclean animals is that the unclean animals are the ones who, being subject to the curse, being subject to this corruption that came into creation, they have changed their diet from what was tov to now eating things that they were never supposed to eat in the first place. And they're the animals which are told to us to be unclean. And that's why unclean animals exist. Isaiah 11:6-7, the wolf shall lie down with the lamb, a leopard lie down with the young goat, the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, a child leads them, the cow and bear shall feed, their young ones lie down together, and a lion eats straw like an ox. So in the restoration of things, those things that are touched by the corruption, which have become unclean, will no longer be corruptible. They will no longer be unclean. Leviticus 11:1-2 then. Yehovah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron, saying to them, speak to the children of Israel, saying, these are the lives, literally what it says, these are the lives which you do eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. So living creatures, just an English approximation. Literally what it says is lives. Among all of the lives, these are the ones that you do eat. These are the ones, these lives, akal, you eat. That's the instruction. Actually very similar to the instruction given in Genesis 2. Yehovah Elohim commanded the man, saying, akal, every tree of the garden. Or in the Hebrew, every tree of the garden, akal. But you do not eat the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall certainly die. So the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, lo akal. And just like that in Leviticus, we are told, these are the lives that you akal. These are the ones you lo akal. You do not eat. Whatever has a split hoof, completely divided, chewing the cud among the beasts, that you do eat, that akal. The ones that chew the cud are the ruminants. A ruminant chews into its mouth, goes into its stomach, then it goes into a second stomach to be digested again before it's passed through. That's the way that those animals digest the plant matter, and then it is digested again in a second stomach, a process known as rumination, those who chew the cud. Certain animals have another process for digesting something twice, which is called coprophagia, and they're the unclean animals. What they do is they eat the food and they poop the food out, and then they eat the poop, called coprophagia. It means essentially the same thing is done, that the vegetable matter is digested twice. Only these you do not eat among those that chew the cud or those that have a split hoof. The camel, because it chews the cud, but it does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. The rabbit, because it chews the cud but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. The hare, because it chews the cud but does not have a split hoof, it is unclean to you. Animals that all partake in coprophagia. The pig, though it has a split hoof completely divided, yet does not chew the cud, it is unclean to you. Pigs are omnivores. They'll eat all sorts of rubbish. They'll eat other pigs, other dead pigs. Their children die, they'll eat their children. They'll eat diseased matter. They'll eat anything at all. Okay, they are very much involved in this corruptibility, the cycle of life and death, which is entered into the creation of the curse. Their flesh you do not eat. So that's the same thing as the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, lower kal. Their flesh, lower kal. Okay, this, a kal. This, lower kal. Exactly the same. Yahovah, as people like to put it, Yahovah has always been concerned with the diet of people. Their carcasses you do not touch. They are unclean to you. These you do eat of all that are in the waters. Anyone that has fins and scales in the waters, in the seas or in the rivers, that you do eat. That, a cow. But all that have not fins and scales in the seas and in the rivers, all that move in the waters, or any lives which are in the waters, they are an abomination to you. Or any life which is in the water, that is an abomination to you. They are an abomination to you. They are an abomination to you. Of their flesh, lower kal, and their carcasses you abominate. All that have not fins or scales in the waters is an abomination to you. And these you do abominate among the birds. They are not eaten, they are an abomination. Okay, and then we have a list of Hebrew words here. We could approximate these with English words, but we don't know exactly what they are. Some of these things are difficult to translate. Perhaps the best thing that we could do would be to look at the Septuagint, which is closer in time and in understanding to those scriptures, and see how they have translated those words. They might be more accurate in what those things are. And perhaps we can understand from the Hebrew words little bits of what those words might mean. I'm not saying we just literally have no idea whatsoever, but we don't know precisely. So the Septuagint says the eagle, the ossifrage, the sea eagle rather, the vulture and the kite and the like to it. Oh, wrong button. The sparrow and the owl and the sea mew. I've never heard of a sea mew. I'm imagining some kind of nautical rod hull. And the like to it. And every raven and the birds like it, and the hawk and his like. And the night raven and the cormorant and the stork. And the red bill and the pelican and the swan. And the heron and the lapwing and the like to it. And the hoopoe and the bat. So that's what the authors of the Septuagint, the translators rather, of the Septuagint, that's what they thought it to mean. Now, I suggested last year that a good way for us to know clean from unclean animals would be to look at some research. And I actually this year downloaded the study. I downloaded the paper itself. So if anybody wants to read the actual paper itself, it's only 7 pages long. If you write me an email at lightin_the_dark@hotmail.com, I'll send you a PDF that I made of this study. But basically what he's saying is, when he was looking at the chemical and pharmacological properties of the blood and muscles of normal individuals and of patients afflicted with cancer, he became interested in looking at what he describes as fresh muscle juices and saline extracts of skeletal muscle tissues of different species of animals. He says, in studying muscle extracts of fresh meats from various species of animals, some very interesting findings were made. These are exhibited in the subjoined tables, which are interesting to look at. He says that putting this muscle tissue into certain types of animals and certain types of tissue was problematic for reasons that you can read about if you read the study. However, he found the best way to analyze these extracts of muscle tissue was to put them into the root structure of growing plants and measure what is called phytotoxicity. Think of that kind of like toxicity to plants. So how toxic they were to the plants was a good way to measure how toxic those things were in general. And he came up with these tables that he includes in here are much more extensive than the ones that Ashley put together last year that are relevant to us. So it is interesting to read through this. I noticed that he has the goldfish here. The phytotoxic index of the goldfish is 80% because the goldfish has scales and fins. Goldfish are clean if anybody fancies snacking on your goldfish. The animals which are unclean tend to top out at around 70%, and that means the plants grew 70% as well when they had these muscle extracts added to them as just with no extract. The clean animals all tend to range from about 75 and upwards, 70-75 mark and upwards tend to be the clean animals, and this is something which you can see through all the clean animals and the unclean animals. So it's an interesting study. He's got his references that he's made there, and he says that it's it's a study of the unclean animals in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. So it's an interesting study. For people who are watching online, I'm going to put up the slides that Ashley made last year with things that are perhaps more relevant to us on, so you can pause the video and read them and see where everything is. But on this final slide here, we can see the chicken is 83%. Some people wonder about chickens. Sparrowhawk 63%, the one that is below it. Duck is 85%. So once you're up into the 80s and higher, you're talking about the animals which have a low toxicity, which I would suggest be the clean animals, and there is a correlation with that in the study. So perhaps those things would be interesting for people to consider when considering whether or not things are clean to eat. A duck that is not wild, a mallard, so I presume that's like a duck you'd find on a pond, that's got 90%. It's just below a pigeon, so that is very low in its toxicity. All flying insects that creep on all floors are an abomination to you. Only these you do eat of every flying insect that creeps on all fours, those which have jointed legs above their feet, with which to leap on the air. These of them you do eat. A cow, these things. The locust after its kind, the destroying locust after its kind, and the cricket after its kind, the grasshopper after its kind. And of course we know that this was something that John the Baptist liked to eat with honey. But all other flying insects which have 4 feet are an abomination to you. And by these you are made unclean. Anyone touching the carcass of any of them is unclean until evening. So this is an interesting concept for us to consider. Eating unclean food makes you spiritually unclean because it is a transgression of the word of Elohim. So spiritually and in terms of your conscience, it would make you unclean. But eating unclean animals doesn't make you physically unclean, but touching their carcasses, their dead bodies, like the dead body of a human, that makes you unclean until evening, and then you would have to be washed in water. Anyone picking up part of the carcass of any of them has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. Every beast that has a split hoof, not completely divided, or does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. Anyone who touches their carcass is unclean. Whatever goes on its paws among all the creatures that go on all fours, those are unclean to you. Anyone who touches their carcass is unclean until evening. And he who picks up their carcass has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. They are unclean to you. The same instruction is not given for if you eat something. The instruction that is given for you regarding eating something is simply don't eat it. Eating something that you've been told not to eat by the Torah is sin. It didn't make you unclean so as you had to be washed. However, if you did these things, you had to be washed and then you could go into the temple the following day. But when Yehovah gives instructions about eating the animals, it's almost like it's not even considered that you would eat them. It's not even a question of will it make you unclean, because if you eat them, you're sinning. You're already breaking his word in doing so. So it's a difference. They are transgressions of the Torah. They are sin. And these are unclean to you among the creeping creatures that creep on the earth, the mole and the mouse and the tortoise after its kind, and the gecko and the land crocodile and the sand reptile and the sand lizard and the chameleon. These are unclean to you among all that creep. Anyone who touches them when they are dead becomes unclean until evening, and thus couldn't enter into the temple. Whatever any of them in its dead state falls upon becomes unclean, whether it is any wooden object or garment or skin or sack. Any object in which work is done is put in water, and it shall be unclean until evening. Then it shall be clean. Okay, so this is going to be different from any earthen vessel. Any earthen vessel into which they fall, whatever is in it becomes unclean and you break it. Now this posits an interesting question. The earthen vessels that they had then were not varnished on the outside. They were still made of earth, but they weren't varnished. So is the unclean creature touching the earthen vessel, or is it touching the varnish? I would suggest that a varnished earthen vessel, it is not touching the earthen vessel, it is touching the varnish. And that you should treat like any other thing, garment or skin or sack or any wooden object that you wash with water. But if it's an earthen thing into which the transmission of the dead animal, the decomposing carcass, that would be unclean and has to be destroyed. Similarly, any of the food which might be eaten on which water comes becomes unclean. Obviously, the water aids the transmission of that decomposing material. And any drink which might be drunk from it becomes unclean. And this is the same as what we read in Leviticus 15:12. The earthen vessel which he who has the discharge touches has to be broken, and every wooden vessel has to be rinsed with water. Okay, so there's a difference between something which is earthen and something which is wooden. It's the thing that it touches, the surface that it touches. If it's an earthen vessel and is therefore porous, it has to be broken. Now, I think I would probably break an earthen vessel that had been varnished, but that's what I think. I would be extra careful to guard the Torah just because it could be read in either way. However, that is how I would expect it to be in the millennium, that if something has been varnished and it touches the varnish rather than the earthen vessel, then it does not have to be broken. Verse 35 says, on whatever any of their carcass falls becomes unclean. An oven or cooking range, it is broken down, they are unclean and are unclean to you. And those things would have been the same. They would have been earthen. They would have been the same as an earthen vessel. They would have been like a giant clay oven, for example. But a fountain or a well, a collection of water, is clean, but whatever touches their carcass is unclean. And when any of their carcass falls on any planting seed which is to be sowed, it is clean. But when any water is put on the seed, and any part of the carcass falls on it, it is unclean to you. To me, as I'm reading this, it seems that this is to do with the transmission of corruptible matter from one thing to another. When water comes upon it, that's going to cause greater transmission. Okay? If an animal just dies and falls into some seed and you take it out, then that seed has not become defiled. But if you spill some water on it, then that seed is no longer good for planting. When any of the beasts which are yours for food dies, so all the ones which have been detailed in Leviticus 11, he who touches its carcass becomes unclean until the evening. He who eats of its carcass has to wash his garment. So the word for carcass, this is something which is immediately dead. Okay, it's like the dead body as you would find it, so to speak. Has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. He who picks up its carcass has to wash his garments and shall be unclean until evening. And every creeping creature that creeps on the earth is an abomination. It is not eaten. Whatever crawls on its stomach and whatever goes on all fours, whatever has many feet among all creeping creatures that creep on the earth, these you do not eat, for they are an abomination. And again, these are things which have all been touched by the curse. We're told that there will be no curse when the lamb will lie down with the wolf. Do not make yourselves abominable with any creeping creature that creeps, and do not make yourselves unclean with them, lest you be defiled by them. For I am Yehovah your Elohim. You shall set yourselves apart, set your souls apart, is literally what it says. And you shall be set apart, for I am setting apart. That's what I'm doing. For I am set apart. I am Kadosh, I am holy. That's that noun which is used there, as opposed to Kodesh, which is a word to describe something as holy. Do not defile yourself with any creeping creature that creeps on the earth. For I am Yehovah, who is bringing you up out of the land of Mitzrayim to be your Elohim, and you shall be Kadosh, for I am Kadosh. I will Kadash you, I will make you Kadosh, and you will be Kadosh, for I am Kadosh. And this is what he says after them not eating the unclean animals, so that they are Kadosh. And it's interesting people's reactions. We see in Isaiah 65, it says, I have let myself be inquired of by those who asked. I've let myself be inquired of, not by those who asked. I was found, not by those who sought me. I said, here I am, to a nation not calling on my name. I have held out my hands all day long to a stubborn people who walk in a way that is not good, after their own thoughts. The people who provoke me continually to my face, or in my presence perhaps, my panim, who slaughter in gardens and burn incense on altars of brick, who sit among the graves and spend the night in secret places, who eat flesh of pigs, and the broth of unclean meat is in their pots. So what Yehovah sees when he looks at people who do not follow his instructions, they walk in a way which is pleasing to them and not pleasing to him. He says that they say to him, keep to yourself, do not come near me, for I am set apart to you. In the King James Version, this says, for I am holier than thou. So it's the ones who are eating unclean animals who are saying to Yehovah, I'm more set apart than you. I'm set apart from you. You think you're set apart? I'm set apart from you. I am holier than thou. It's ironic that people, when you start talking about eating unclean animals and stopping eating unclean animals, they say, oh, you are holier than thou. When actually where that statement comes from is what Yehovah says that those eating unclean animals say to him. These are a smoke in my nostrils, a fire that burns all the day. He wants his people to be kadosh as he is kadosh. These people say, I'm set apart from your kadoshness. See, it is written before me, I am not silent, but shall repay. I shall repay into their bosom. Your iniquities and the iniquities of your fathers together, said Yehovah, who burned incense on the mountains, reproach me on the hills, and I shall measure their former work into their bosom. And he does when he comes back. The people that he is infuriated with, who say that there is smoke in his nostrils all day, he says that they are to him. They're people who will not listen to his Torah, will not listen to his instruction, and they declare themselves by that they will not be kadosh as he is kadosh, but they are set apart from him. They are kadosh from Yehovah. I found this while I was looking for pictures, and I just thought how terrible this is. I mean, I don't doubt a huge number of the people who are attending this are not doing so in willful rebellion against Yehovah. But the second Shabbat of each month at 8 a.m. is the men's breakfast with bacon, butties, worship and inspiring speakers. I just thought how sad it is that Yehovah's priests no longer discern between the clean and the unclean, the holy and the profane. This is the Torah of the beasts and the birds and every life that moves in the waters, and of every creature that creeps on the earth, to make a distinction between the unclean and the clean, and between the living creature, the life that is eaten, and the life that is not eaten. I want to finish on this because it's always been a curiosity to me. In Ezekiel 4, Ezekiel is told, eat it as a barley cake and bake it before their eyes on human dung. And Yehovah said, even so the children of Israel shall eat their defiled bread before the Gentiles to whom I drive them. Then I said, our master Yehovah, see, I have never defiled myself from my youth until now. I have never eaten what died of itself or what was torn by beasts, nor has unclean meat ever come into my mouth. And he said to me, see, I am giving you the dung of cattle instead of human dung, and you shall prepare your bread over it. So what's always come to my mind is, where in the Torah does it say that human dung is unclean? We know the animals that are unclean, and it's certainly not a very pleasant thought to think about eating poop or eating food that's been cooked on poop. But does the Torah say that human excrement is unclean? And indeed it does. So I thought I'd share it with you. Deuteronomy 23:13-14 says, and you shall have a sharp implement among your equipment, and when you sit down outside you shall dig with it and turn and cover your excrement. For Yehovah your Elohim walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you and give your enemies over to you. Therefore your camp shall be set apart, so that he does not see any unclean matter among you. So human excrement is an unclean matter, and we are to cover it over so that Yehovah can walk in our midst when he is with us when we go to war. Thought we'd finish on that. So I hope that that's been instructive to you, why it's a useful thing to have priests and leadership to make a discernment between that which is unclean, that which is clean, the holy and the profane, to instruct in the Torah, why it's not a thing that we should be afraid of, why it's something that we shouldn't reject. It's a good thing. It's how his body is designed to work, and by cutting it out of the body, we are saying to the hand or to the ear, I have no need of you. I'll finish in prayer. Father, thank you that you've given us your word, and that you've given us people to teach your word and to bring understanding of it, that your word would go out among the nations. And I thank you that we're not alone in this, that you have preserved for yourself a remnant among Israel. We feel sorry that your people treat you in the way that they do. We feel sorry that they are ignorant of the matters which are for their good. We pray, Father, that you'd help them to see, that you'd be gentle with them as you were gentle with us, and that you would show them who you are and bring them to a knowledge of how to please you. Bring them to a knowledge that your Torah is who you are. We repent for the sins of our forefathers, and we just ask you, Father, that you'd help us to be better and to be more in the way that you want us to be created more and more in the image of your Son every day. Thank you, Father, that you've given us all this chance.